Hey, what's going on, everyone? And welcome to Monday Night Madness. Just, just stringing my tea bag. Give me a second. This is going to be good. Whoop. Sipping tea like Kermit. Anyway, welcome all and one and all and everyone. Who is in here? I already had a bit of a cheeky look before, so I kind of know as I was waiting for the timer to tick down. So we have Cody, the Aussie Alistair Fambroni. He's apparently in before everyone, including me. Or was he? Was I here all along? Who knows what I'm doing in the background? We have Dexter, we have Paul, we have Mark. Welcome. Mark's up in the cockpit, um, just lurking in the background. Mouse. Why do they call it a mouse? Let me know. Hey, what's going on, Becky? Hmm. So let me just have a little look. A lot of people just saying hello, hi, everyone, hello there, hey, hey guys, hey, howdy. Got a howdy in there. We got a hi. We got a how are you going? We got a hi there, King Cody and King of SA. They named King Paul and King Dexter and King Mark. So we got the royal. Obviously, we got the royal prawn. They're doing what he does best. Hey, we got a hi, a hey. There he is. Hello, hi there. Some, someone just tunes in now. They were just wondering why I'm saying hey and hi so much. Hey, we got Mrs. Rolfus changed it up a bit. Evening, Mrs. Rolfus. How are you? We got the Queen, Mrs. Rolfus, in the house. We all in the round table of King G. Indeed, we are. But yeah, how was everyone's weekend? How was everyone's Monday? I still need to get on the. Oh, that was a big sneeze from the dog. Yeah, I still need to get back into the swang of Fangs on Funkin' Hungry. Had a bit of a busy week and, birthday festivities and all that. Well, I'll be back. The other dog is going crazy. I'll be back. You see Soul in the background wondering what's going on. Soul's probably going to cry as well now. I'll be back. Oh, sorry for that. Yeah, the crazy dog, the crazy dog next door might go off again in a bit. So if you hear some banshee noises, don't worry about that. He's not dying. He just likes to voice his opinion. Anyway, where were we? We were saying, hey, hi, Monday, busy at work all day. Hey, evening, Chriso. Yeah, Sol was relaxed, but now he's fired up. So, yeah, I'm sure. See, Sol likes to bark. The crazy dog likes to howl like a banshee. Sounds like a pop song. howling like a banshee. There he goes. Soul's chilling again. It went good at school, and happy birthday, G. I appreciate that, Dexter, and glad that school went well for you. Did you have that interview or whatever you was telling us about? How did that go for you? How was your family and Rolfus and your day, Mrs. Rolfus? Yeah, that's a little bit of a sore subject on Funkin' Hungry at the moment. A lazy sort of day on Saturday. Went shopping in the morning, had lunch. Get it? So if people don't understand what I'm saying, I can, yeah, it's like subtitles, I guess. Had lunch with a friend. I had a chicken snitty with gravy and chips, and the rest of the day was just lounging at home. Well, you gave us a very decent description there, Cody. I can almost taste it. I can almost picture it. I'm salivating at that schnitzel. It's kind of funny that you say that because I have salad and schnitzel. I didn't eat it because I was watching Walking Dead and I got yeah, kind of, glued to the old idiot box for a bit there. You see over here that it's got the screensaver because it's getting ready to turn itself off. But yeah, I've got some schnitzel that I'm looking forward to in a little bit. First day back at work for Mrs. Rolfus. Well, hopefully work went well for you. Starting to get back into running a bit on the weekend. Running? What are you, Forrest Gump? Now that sounds good. Unfortunately, my for some reason, even though I'm on medication and I'm seeing a chiropractor, the old sciatica flared up a bit. I think it has a little bit of to do with food. Like I guess certain food and certain salts and stuff can make your body have inflammation. So I reckon that might come into it. Like that might be a part of it because yeah, I only had like tacos and stuff at my brother's, which were quite good and quite healthy, but I did have cake, and then they gave me some extra cake. And yeah, then Thursday I had Chinese, and I had some leftovers of that. Then I went to my sister's. Again, we had like barbecue and salad and stuff, so it was healthy, but there was a little bit of cake going on again. They asked me if I wanted to take home the rest of the cake. I'm like, nah, I can't take it home. I already had, plenty of cake. And yeah, well, we got we got Star in the house. It disappeared. I'll see if he. I'm sure he'll come back. But yeah, this crazy plonker as well that keeps on making it accounts. I banned one of them earlier on because it left a silly comment on my lasagna video that I did like a couple of weeks back. So so yeah, I guess I'll get rid of this after I read what the hell it is. It never really makes much sense anyway. Yeah, anyway, whatever. How do I do that? There you go. Ban user and delete their comments. I started to get back into between 6K and 10K. That's very, very awesome of you there, Roger. Anyway, I'll bring up SAR, apparently, is who they're called. Oh, yeah, you're doing well. That's very good. But yeah, you'll have to watch this space because yeah, I need to start getting read it backwards. What am I reading backwards? What the comment? You want me to say ass? I think Marx wants me to say ass. As as I guess. But yeah, I say arse with the hard R and none of this American stuff. But yeah, like I'm not. I obviously have funkin' hungry, so I will have to eat Like many moons ago, I did do a bit of a short course in art therapy, and it had health and fitness involved in it, like mindfulness or meditation, and or it had some cooking and stuff. And even the food scientist, or whatever you wanted to call him, he said, don't call them junk food or bad food, call it sometimes food, which does sound a little bit corny and cheesy, but basically, I guess in moderation, So yeah, I'll just have to maintain eating eating less, or just being more active and just be more mindful when it comes to eating, and yeah, try and obviously do exercise and whatnot, and yeah, fit in videos for Funkin' Hungry. But I'll probably record a couple videos tomorrow. Sometimes I like to smash out a couple of videos when I can, so I can, because spend a lot of time editing. So if I smash out the content and record it, obviously it depends what it is. If it's like, a full meal, I'll only do one video. But if it's just like snacks, I can have like a little try, a little bite of this, a little bite of that, and then save the rest for to Ozzy's boyfriend Ron. But yeah, I'll probably do a couple tomorrow and then edit them and put them out during the week. But I did want to do I don't know, a little like stuff for Halloween, and I've done it before. I reckon I've done it twice. I'm not sure, but they have the Domino's. I went to say Russian, but Halloween roulette. So it's basically just one slice. I mean, because I don't have any friends, it's just me eating the pizza. I guess I could give it to Sol, but anyway, it's like one slice has Carolina Reaper hot sauce on it. So I guess what you're meant to do is play it with your friends, or play it with a few people, and then see who gets the hot one. But then I like hot food, so last time I did it, I would have liked the hot sauce on all of the pizza. Then it kind of beats the purpose a little bit. But when it's one person, it's not that exciting for me just to go, oh, is this the hot one? Is this the hot one? Oh, this is the hot one. But they did it on hot wings as well last year, and the hot wings looked like they were boiled almost, the chicken. And I reckon they've done a shake. They've done like, I don't know, if you watch Funkin' Hungry, you know more about the channel than I do. I'm just here to act like a fool. Like as Ludacris likes to say, act a fool. Not today, Roger, but I did walk 18K yesterday morning. I try to get into running again 3, 4 times a week before I head off to work. Do you eat gum? Don't you chew
Wow.
gum? Oh, well, speaking about Halloween, shit. Who's this scary individual?
What's going
Now,
on?
all of a sudden, I look white as a ghost now.
Woo.
How are you there? How are you, Sam? What's going on? What's
Not too
cracking?
much, man. Sorry, I, I didn't mean to write my full name, but it was like Sar, and I was like, oh well, it's Sar now.
Yeah, that's it. It gets a bit like that. That's why I
Mate,
just put one.
I heard you talking
Yeah,
about the Domino's Halloween roulette.
yeah.
Now I'll tell you a funny story. And I'll have to share the video with you privately. But our radio station actually did Domino's Halloween roulette with the pizzas, because one slice was spicy. Guess who got the spice? Guess who got the spicy piece?
Ah, you, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah.
So
Well, I did it on Funkin' Hungry, and I had the whole pizza. Guess who got the spicy one?
you did.
Oh, you wouldn't.
Did you
You're
think
really
that?
good at
Because we all
guessing.
had we all, sorry, we all had a couple of slices each. G. Um,
Yeah.
Sorry, 2 seconds, man. I'm just gonna turn my camera off. um, Hold on. Just got to turn my camera off for a second. Um,
the, the Sammy sausage.
Yeah, no. Did you get a peek? Or... No.
I was trying not to get a peek, but I reckon
Yeah,
Mark might have.
I just realised where my fucking camera was.
Yeah, where was it? So yeah, you got the spicy slice. Did it
Yeah.
slice up and spice your
No,
life
'cause
up?
so there's 4 ounces. So what we did, we had it was an 8-piece pizza, so we all had 2 pieces each, and then I got the fucking hot piece, and I was fuming.
Human from it being so spicy.
Yeah. And now,
See, I like spicy food, so I enjoyed it. Like I didn't freak out. I wanted it on the whole pizza.
do you mind if I eat on stream? Is that all right?
Yeah, go for it, man. It's all good.
Just I've got a tuna mornay here from Aldi.
Oh,
Might
nice.
even do a live food review while I'm eating it.
Yeah, go for it.
Two
Nothing like
seconds.
a nice pair of tight pants. If you were
Give
filming
me
2 videos in a row, G, do you wear the same shirt in both?
um.
Yeah, yeah. I don't
I'm
change it
trying to figure out.
just to pretend.
Just trying to figure out where I can best sit my camera. Can you still see me if I sit like that? Can you still see me?
Yeah, we can.
And you can't see the bottom half of my shit?
No, we can't say. It just looks like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Honey, I Shrunk Sam.
Oh, brilliant.
Like you're
All right.
small.
Well, I'll keep my camera like that for now.
Yeah,
I'll
no
just
worries.
turn it off for a sec, just because I got to go and do a couple of things, and then I'll be with you.
No problem. But yeah, so I was kind of keen to do the Halloween roulette dominoes. I do have some other hot sauces that I possibly might, you know, try as well. But I mean, I did do it last year, so it's a little bit. It's just because there's just like I guess a kind of to do content and a bit of entertainment, but obviously it's an excuse just to have a pizza with some hot sauce on it. I'm pretty sure I read as well that they made the sauce hotter this year, but I mean, bring it on, I say. What about you and your husband will get fitness going again with the right diet? The slippery sausage. Two kings having a chat. That's right, Mrs. Rolfus. Motivation can be hard sometimes when it comes to exercising. Da
Yeah, so
bomb. I haven't actually had da bomb, but I have heard it just tastes like metal. So, you know, I know that's pretty unpleasant. But I do know a lot of people can't handle the Samyang fire noodles, and I mean, they were hot. I probably had an out of body experience, but I did it, I guess. And I ended up having, I reckon, two packs on one video, and then I went onto someone else's live stream and had a big bowl of 3 packs with the sauces, and I finished them. It just took me a while because it was large content, a large amount of food. Don't know what word I was trying to go for. Once you go, you go. Yeah, everyone's talking about fitness. I reckon I might do some kind of more healthy food reviews or just like maybe a section on the channel for that. So we'll call it something like Funkin' Fitness or Funkin' Health. I don't know. I did have a section for Discord that I did put it on there, but yeah, we might do like a bit of a series for that. Just I grow ghosts. Yeah, I mean it depends on the food as well, you know. Like I guess I guess really if it complements the food, then it's like, you know, a lot more enjoyable. If it doesn't complement funkin' healthy, yeah, so if it doesn't really complement the food, you know, it can be a little bit more, I don't know, of a struggle. But yeah, I haven't done the one chip challenge, but I'd be up for it. So thanks for the encouragement, Roger. Yeah, I will share the Discord. It's kind of I have other Discord channels for other stuff outside of Funkin' Hungry that I do for miniatures, stuff like that. But I will share it if anyone wants to join. But I guess it's just another way to communicate. And yeah, as I said, you know, it's kind of a place to come up with some ideas. But yeah, it's like a way for me to, I guess hopefully encourage other people to do it and also just review more healthy stuff. And so yeah, any ideas or whatever you want me to do. So I reckon I might get some healthy meals to try, like some protein shakes, maybe some protein bars or whatever. I don't know. We'll see how we go. Oh man,
I'm eating the
that took ages. Because I shared it on my phone started loading my voice. Hey there,
I'm
Dylan,
eating the
Dylan B.
I'm eating the Aldi tuna mornay.
Any good?
It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad at all actually.
Yeah,
It's got
so
like
yeah, go for it, Sammy.
it's got like real broccoli and corn in it. Um,
Oh, I love broccoli.
hmm. Hmm.
Well, everyone, this is how Sam would do his food reviews.
This is just dinner for me, really.
Yeah, true.
Um, no, but I just got the because I live by myself. I get a lot of microwave meals.
Yeah, that's fair. I did have those Hello Fresh and it was U Foods. I had some of them recently. I was going to do a review for them, but in the end, I just didn't. I might grab them again because you do get like 20 to 30 different options. They rotate them different weeks. Sometimes they have repeat meals, sometimes they change, like get rid of some and add some. They were pretty good. The Some were obviously better than others. Some you get a sauce with it, like a sauce to pour on after. But yeah, they make the food look amazing, and it's not bad. But at the end of the day, you are reheating it. So when you reheat it, obviously it loses a little bit of its flavor, or just it's not as good as if it was fresh. But yeah, I didn't mind it. I do. My brother did give me these Opti Man shakes to try. He gave me a variety pack, and I did go ahead and buy some. It was good to try them though, because I ended up not liking the coffee.
Yeah,
So I
right.
didn't grab the coffee when I bought bulk. It was like buy three of them and you get the fourth for nothing. So yeah, I did that. And I had been like I had a bit of, as I said, a bit of a crazy week last week. But yeah, I am gonna have them for my breakfast and possibly lunch, depending.
Yeah. Are you just trying to get a little bit more healthy, G?
It's like I went through the stage before I started Funkin' Hungry, just trying to cut out sugar and other stuff. Obviously, I can't really necessarily do like just go full ham into the fitness, and I do have physical sort of issues like sciatica, other stuff like that that I have been trying to get on top of, and I have had a bit of a flare up. Like it's not that bad, but I can when I sit at this on this chair, even though I did get this gaming chair because it's just a lot better to sit on. But yeah,
Yeah.
I kind of feel up when the flare up is happening. Like when I get up after I sit down for a while, I feel like a bit of pain. A slight sort of when it comes to nerve pain, it's like a kind of unique pain, I guess, if you want to say that. It kind of has this certain feel to it because it's not really obviously the muscles or it's like it's the nervous system. So I don't know. I might stop going to the chiropractor because I'm on medication. I'm going to the chiropractor, but I mean, I'm still having flare-ups. But as I did say at the start of the stream, I reckon it's got partly to do with diet as well. Like if you have too much salt in certain foods, it can add inflammation to your body. So that's probably a part reason. And I did go a little bit more crazy last week than I normally would. I mean, nothing too crazy. It's just I mean, I guess when I do Funkin' Hungry, I have sometimes a couple of days where I'll have not the most healthy food. It's kind of
Yeah.
funny. I do a lot of fast food reviews and stuff, but I do actually really like home cooking or just proper food. Like I don't mind salads with meats or veggies and just different stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will be sort of working on my health and fitness a bit more. It's just I got to the stage I was walking and I was even going to go to the gym and just other stuff and the sciatica. Well, I was walking pretty hardcore, some hour every day, and sometimes even a couple of hours if I didn't have nothing else to do.
Mm.
And I ended up bloody falling down a Telstra pit cover. It was like don't know if you ever see them, but on the footpath, how you can sometimes see like a square and it's like where meant to be where the Wi-Fi or the broadband or whatever wires or whatever it is are.
Yeah.
And one of them was sort of broken, smashed up a little bit, and I just always walked past it. And I've always sort of took note and always thought or said, just in my own head, like, oh, bloody, make sure I avoid that. And I always did. And I don't know, I was changing the song or whatever, and because I normally like to walk at night. I just took my eyes off it that day. Next second, I'm down on the ground. Headphones are off, and one of my feet went into it. And yeah, I've had issues with my right foot ever since. And
Dessert.
then so I stopped. Well, I did continue to walk for a while. It did. It did take a while to sort of for the pain fully to kick in, but yeah, I still have issues with it now. And then I had a cortisone last December. I had a cortisone needle because the doctor said, "Oh, eventually the tendon, after just slowly walking with it, it should eventually strengthen and sort itself out." It didn't, so I had a cortisone needle in it. You got what's that? A bit of yogurt or something?
Bit of yogurt.
And
Bit of the It's like a Cadbury Kit
very
Kat sort of thing. I got the coffee,
ah the break yeah the breakaway
the breakaway. Um, yeah, I brought the block a couple of days ago.
yeah
And yeah, I don't know if I'm really a fan of it, but I thought I might give it a go on stream tonight.
yeah for sure. Yeah, when I decided to go, I'm just was not like just over not sort of being physically active and then just eating junk food. Obviously putting on weight, but also just mentally as well because I have depression and shit. I know like endorphins get released when you exercise or walk for a certain amount of time, and it's just good for the mental health. So I just pushed myself sort of in the new year because I had the cortisone needle in December, so probably the end of January, beginning of February, just started walking. Did that for a few weeks, like a good 8 or more weeks. I was kind of feeling good, like getting back into it. I wasn't really that lethargic, as in like, well, when I was doing it, I wasn't like out of breath or nothing. I kind of slipped back into it quite well, even though it's only it's not that much physical activity. But yeah, then the bloody sciatica, which I've had before, flared up, and yeah, just this year has just sort of been me trying to fix that and get to a routine. Yeah, I always thought to myself as well, like, who wants to see people eat salad and do a review of salad? But I mean, I've done tea reviews, like cup of tea, like sampling different tea bags. So, I mean, sometimes you just have to do the content kind of, what you just try different stuff and see what works, but also just, try something, not just do the same McDonald's video because that's going to get views. So yeah,
Well,
I guess my point is I might start doing like salad reviews or just whatever.
I've just had the breakaway and a tuna morning.
Bit of a weird combo, is it? Or
A bit of a strange combo, but I'm about to dive into some vanilla yogurt
yeah,
just to see what the after effects are like. So,
well, the after effect will probably be diarrhea. I
yeah,
guess you
well,
could tell us about that another time. How the old stomach handled it.
probably will. They call me iron guts.
But yeah, funny. It would have been last Friday because I had the Chinese on my birthday. I was still full and stuff the next day, so I did have a shake for lunch, and it actually did help. Like, just I felt better because I find the shakes are pretty good because it's a meal and it has healthy bacteria and all that sort of stuff in it. But yeah, obviously you're kind of getting a meal with a lot of nutrients and stuff, but it doesn't fill you up because it's just like a drink. So I actually have been enjoying them a bit. So well, Cody, I heard on Google, I heard New Deal or No Deal Australia show is coming.
Yep.
The pork tacos from HelloFresh are good. Yeah, like I might get some of that stuff again, like those delivery services that give you food, might be worth because I was gonna do kind of like a review of the whole experience and then just kind of quick reviews on each meal, but I don't know. In the end, I just got too busy and didn't end up doing them.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
so this is like Opti Slim or whatever the brand is, but the man version is like Opti Man. I reckon I might get the man shakes as well because they have different flavors. So the ones I've got is salted caramel, chocolate, and vanilla. I didn't get the coffee because I didn't like it, so I just doubled up on the salted caramel because when I went to buy it one time, they were sold out of the caramel, so I just waited like a week or whatever, and they was back in stock. But the man shake has all of them, so chocolate, vanilla, coffee, and caramel. But they do have cookies and cream, banana, strawberry, and honeycomb. So I reckon I might grab all four of those, so then I'll have just plenty to last me well into the new year.
all right.
So yeah, if I do reviews for the shakes I've got, I might just like I guess do it on different days, or I guess I could because I've only opened up the salted caramel. I don't really. Well, I'll probably just go through that. But yeah, I might try them all and just compile them all into like one video, and then if I get the man shakes, I'll do the same. Just, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just my opinion. Everyone's going to be different. I just found the coffee to be just really bitter and have had a bit of a burnt flavor. It just wasn't that enjoyable. Yeah, we'll definitely be watching it, having a bit of a chit chat.
All right. So,
Oh yeah, I'm pretty unlucky when it comes to stuff. Yeah, because I guess when I started Funkin' Hungry, I'm like, oh, obviously I'm going to be eating stuff, but if I'm being physically active, walking every day, and then maybe, add some other exercise in there, like if I jog or run and just other stuff, and then yeah, a little bit into doing Funkin' Hungry, all these little issues came up, so it kind of threw me off a little bit. And at least the mental health hasn't been too bad, touch wood, for a little bit. So yeah. Yeah, that's it. Try different stuff, see what works. But also, if it's not such a popular series, people will still see me eat McDonald's or whatever, when I have new stuff, or if I come up with a funkin' hungry, crazy creation, which you know, just different combos or whatever. Especially if they have those app deals and I'm out and about and if they have like, I don't know, some sort of cheap combo, I can always grab, like, change up, customize the food or whatever. But yeah, yeah, and I do like I need to try Guzman and Gomez or whatever the hell they call it. I haven't actually ever had that before. I know a lot of people rates that. I know good old Mick. Mick always says that he loves it. So yeah, I need to try that and just there are healthy options when it comes to like even Subway, but Subway's not that healthy because they consider the bread to be more like cake with the amount of sugar that's in it. So but there's definitely there's as well different Mexican places that are around that are like there's one called Salsa Mex or Mex Salsa or something. So yeah, you know. But I still want to do the local food review, so there's still plenty of like burger places or just whatever to try. Because I love supporting small businesses and trying new stuff. But also, if it's good, which most I find most small businesses are, they put a little bit more pride into their food most of the time. I mean, I guess because it's like when it comes to McDonald's, you got some twat that just kind of, it's just they're working there. You have the managers that don't own it, but they're just working for the franchise. The only people that would care are the people that own the franchises. Which when I worked at McDonald's, they're not actually there that often. They come in like once every few weeks and they look around the place. And I know that all the managers run around all crazy, like, oh, they just you got to clean everything before they rock up, just to So when the owner of the shop comes in, it's like, oh yeah, everyone's doing a good job, even though when they're not around, it's just complete chaos.
mm.
But then when it comes to small businesses, that's their livelihood, and most of the time the owners are working and all that stuff. Hey, what's going on, Benji? Tea in your billy there. For when you said Billy, that took me back to the Tassie tomato days. Like, oh, I reckon I've got the Billy around somewhere. He hasn't seen the light of day for a good 2, 3 years. Oh, well, there he goes. That was Sammy doing his food review. Yeah, he did look a little bit serious there, Roger. I think he was trying to find the off button. He was trying to cancel or whatever, get out of there. Yeah, and I've got a few ideas that I want to do a little bit more on Funk and Hungry. I reckon I'm going to try to get out and about a bit more. I might even do like a meet and greet. I mean, obviously everyone isn't here. Like a lot of pretty much everyone in the chat won't be there, but I don't know. I do know there's some people in the local area that watch, but I don't really know how. I guess I'd put the word out. Maybe I'd have a little bit of like let people know in a fair bit in advance, like maybe give them a few weeks. To, I mean, if no one rocks up, no one rocks up. But I do know that Chicken Chef invited me to be a guest after I did the review for them. So I spoke to the bloke, and he he said he would invite me to be a guest, and whatever that means, I guess. I do know there was another place that I've been meaning to try for like this whole year, Pizza Infinity, and they kind of invited me there as well. Well, basically, they said let them know in advance when I want to rock up. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. So I have some other ideas, but it just takes money, time, and effort, I guess. And I need to stop spending my money on crap, but then I need to spend money on crap to do reviews. But yeah, I need to get better equipment, better recording equipment and stuff. Anything for Halloween? Yeah, I'm gonna go around and spook all the neighborhood kids. Gonna hide behind bushes and stuff. That probably sounds a bit wrong, but yeah, jump out and give them a bit of a scare. No, I'm not gonna do anything for Halloween, but as I said, I wouldn't mind doing a video for Halloween. Um, did last year, as I sort of discussed, I did the Domino's one, and that's that's really the only place that seems to do stuff, food related stuff for Halloween. But when it comes to me personally, no, not really. I probably I haven't actually. I've been watching The Walking Dead season 7 because all these new series that have came out. I don't want to watch the new series and not know what the hell's going on. But Mick kind of has mentioned it a few times, so it kind of gave me a reason to watch them again. But yeah, I'll probably just watch some scary movies, some because I was gonna last year I went through all of the Halloween franchise because they had Halloween End that came out. So I went through all of the Halloween to lead up to the most newest film. I was going to do that with Nightmare on Elm Street this year, but I've only watched one of them so far. I was going to go through and watch what is there, probably about 7 different movies, like not including the remake. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'll just probably see what looks or sounds good. I did watch the new Exorcist recently, so I watched that. I don't know. Might have been on my birthday. I watched it. I'm not sure, but yeah, it was pretty decent. Like it's definitely a new age horror. Like it definitely has all the elements that new horrors have. It was not scary to me, but I know one person told me she was very scared of it, that she didn't want to sleep and all that. But each to their own. Depends how you get affected by movies. But yeah, it wasn't scary at all. Had a few cool bits. Had a few cool like scenes in it. It did have some of the actors from the old Exorcist movies, which I thought was kind of good. Like they mixed in the new characters with some of the old, and it did become like I feel like a little bit of a superhero film at the end. Just some of the like effects or CGI. It's like a lot of old films when they have demonic possession, when it's like people possessed or whatever, they kind of don't need to show it show it in CGI sort of ways. To make sense, I guess they for it to be a film, they obviously need to kind of visually show you what's happening. But sometimes when they go over the top and show you how stuff is visually happening, It kind of yeah, just loses me a little bit. I kind of prefer me to kind of imagine how certain stuff is. So, like in Conjuring, when the woman in the original one, and when the mother got possessed, they had like this black vomit that the demon like threw up and went into her, which was okay. But I enjoyed The Conjuring. I feel like that's one of the better films of that sort of genre. That's one of the best for a. Even though I've followed the story of Ed and Lorraine, I did enjoy it. It was pretty well done and not too over the top with CGI and just silly stuff. They do a little bit of that in the new Exorcist. And what was the other one I was going to kind of compare? Um, the Pope's Exorcist. I didn't mind that, but then it kind of again it became like almost a superhero film in the end, which I like Marvel and stuff. But it's like towards the end it was just very CGI, just showing you all the demons or whatever is like quite visually, it's where obviously in real life you don't have just like naked demons running around doing all this stuff. But I also understand that they need to visually show it in a movie. It can't just be like you're just watching, which is kind of good sometimes. Like when you just watch someone flicking around, like, oh, I'm losing my shit, oh, I'm freaking out, and all that sort of stuff. Sometimes it works, but I guess sometimes you need to show a little bit more. And I do know when it comes to jump scares and just when it comes to, as I say, visually showing you the demonic possession, it's like the Exorcist, the original one, I think done it perfectly. Yeah, she did change visually over time, and you know, but a lot of it was kind of just people talking, and you when it did show the demon, when it like spoilers if you haven't seen the original Exorcist, that was out in the 70s or whatever it was. You might want to turn away now, turn off, close your ears, close them, roll them down. But yeah, when it kind of showed the demon, it wasn't as because when it left her, it kind of the camera work kind of showed you, like the movement from her to it moving on. It was kind of like camera work and just stuff like that. I don't know. I prefer that sort of stuff really. So I guess what I was trying to say is, yeah, the the Exorcist Believer, yeah, it wasn't too bad. It was all right. Probably about a 7 out of 10 I'd give it. It did lose me in a few parts, but then it kind of my ears pricked up in a few little bits. I'm like, oh, it started going a little bit crap, and then it started getting a little bit good. Maybe 6 out of 10. Yeah, Roger's been on the billies tonight, I reckon. The bigger you are on social media, the more people will see me. Hello, hello, everyone. Are you going to dress like a homeless man in a wheelchair, if you know what I mean? I normally dress like that anyway, Benji. That's like that's that's my whole outfit. It would be actually kind of funny to dress up like that though. Probably upset a few people, but I'd have to let my beard grow out, and I did only get this cut last week. I had to clean it up a little bit today. But yeah, I'd have to get the old Billy Goat Gruff happening, the old bum fluff. Yeah, no, it sounds like Benji's going to Halloween dressed up as Roger. Yeah, Roger's a little bit more different than we see on the videos. uh, a few belts. Yeah, I used to have a few belts, but these days most of my pants don't have the need for belts, so they have the strings. Computers, skirty. You can come and fix mine. It doesn't really need to be fixed. It's just that issue that I've got with the webcam. Taekwondo. Uh, so yeah, wherever if Cody's still if Cody's still here, that long drawn out answer was yeah, that's probably what I'll do for Halloween. Karate, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and Muay Thai. Or, I think that's how you say it, Muay Thai. See, I love martial arts. I just haven't never really done it myself. I've always wanted to. I've always been into, the different Asian cultures that represent it. Cody's still here. I very much like Bruce Lee and just old Jackie Chan, old films back before they had English. Before like a lot of those actors were speaking English. Like even old Jet Li. But I've even read quite a lot of books and stuff, like different Bruce Lee books teaching it, and I've always been interested. That's kind of, I guess, where I got a little bit interested in like meditation and stuff like that from, and just a lot of the philosophies. And I don't know, I know there's a lot of different people involved in martial arts, and it is a little bit stereotypical to say, oh, I like Bruce Lee, but I like how intelligent he was, and just a lot of his quotes and sayings, and just yeah, like I used to like just watching a lot of old videos of him just teaching his philosophies and stuff like that. It's just yeah, it was like there's definitely. I know we all say when someone dies that it's a shame, but yeah, it's definitely a shame that he didn't get to stick around longer. And then speaking of Bruce, and then we have Brandon Lee. Supposedly, Bill Skarsgård is doing a Crow. What is it? I was going to say remaster, reboot or whatever of the franchise. And I've never when they've said about Crow being done again, and I've never got into any of the other ones, but I reckon Skarsgård might do a good job with that. I really liked his Pennywise. Doing karate since he was 8. And Brazilian Jiu Jitsu and Muay Thai since I was 13 years old, still doing it now. That's the old pirate himself. Do you um do you have like a favorite that you like to train or you like to teach there, Roger? Yeah, now Cody's mentioned what I'm gonna do, I kind of want to see what films I could watch. Yeah, I've almost finished season 7 of um Walking Dead, so that's starting to pick up. Leave it alone. You can't blame me. I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. Paddy Joe, how are you? Saw Paddy Joe doing his lives the other day, which was yesterday, I'm pretty sure. How are you, Paddy? How have you been? Speaking of ghosts, some stuff just randomly tipped over. There must be the ghost in the closet. How are we, Paddy Joe? Roger the Pirate is here. So I've got my streaming app. It had to be some reason like updated. That's a killer film. I've only watched a little bit of it because sometimes if I'm having lunch, I'll watch a little bit of a film or whatever, but then I just have other stuff to do like after. But it's just yeah, always good to, or me personally, I watch stuff when I eat, unless I'm doing videos. But yeah, old dads. If anyone likes Bill Burr, it's got him in it, and if anyone likes F is for Family, it's very his character in this is very much like the dad in F is for Family, and also F is for Family is kind of based on because the kid in that's called Bill, the son, and he kind of wants to become a comedian, so it is based on Bill Burr a little bit because he does so obviously the kid's called Bill. Yeah, Bill Burr is a legend. I love his comedy, and Old Dads is very much his type of comedy. I'm not sure if he wrote it or, but it just seems like he's kind of like the main character. He's the dad that's it's like he's the person that finds it hard to excuse me, not to he finds it hard to not to have his say, like to not speak his mind. So Old Dads. But yeah, I might maybe I'll leave the trailer. I haven't seen the trailer, but I might leave it in the chat so if anyone wants to check it out and all that stuff. I mean, I haven't watched it all, so it could go a little bit pear-shaped, but I don't reckon it will. I don't know what will happen, which is kind of good. But yeah, Bill Burr is great. Uh, and if you do like cartoons, kind of like Family Guy type cartoons, go check out F is for Family. Yeah, Bill Burr is super funny. Yeah, I watched a bit of that and just he's doing. If anyone watches his stand-ups and just there's some people in the chat like Paddy and Roger know who I'm on about. Like just his character is very much like him. He just goes off at he just goes off at people. Yeah, I only watched like 20 minutes, maybe half an hour if that. But yeah, it was very, very amusing. Just trying to see. Yeah, he directed it as well. Director Bill Burr. So it's his first film as well. That's awesome. So he directed it, produced and co-wrote. A cranky, middle-aged dad and his two best friends find themselves out of step in a changing world of millennial CEOs. Yeah, I won't spoil too much, but yeah, I'd say recommend and give it a go. Yeah, that's Bill Burr. If no one knows who I'm on about, doesn't really want to focus, but yeah, his stand-up's good as well. Cody's saying he likes or loves F is for Family. Yeah, it's got some crazy characters in F is for Family, and just yeah, it's very much Bill Burr. As I said, the dad's meant to be like based on his dad, but also it's a little bit how Bill Burr is when he just goes and rants. Amazing show, yeah, for sure. Oh, bloody Cody always saying he's missing other people, never says he misses me, or I guess it's because he gets to see me like a couple of times a week. But yeah, we do miss you, Paddy. We do miss you there, Paddy Joe. It's good to see you. So how have you been there, Paddy? I did see we didn't really speak yesterday though, but I was annoying everyone in the chat. Oh, Paddy Joe's always lurking. Reminds me of those gifs that you see where there's like someone, peeking over the hedge, the foliage, to have a bit of a look. Yeah, we miss seeing Paddy Joe on the live streams as well, getting a bit lit. Well, I don't know if you saw you say that you lurk, Paddy Joe, but I don't know if you saw the last Saturday bloody live stream I did, but I've got a little surprise for you. So I did give Paddy Joe Cooking the shout out last Saturday because I have the 1 litre Jack Daniels. So yeah, I had a bit of a sip of that and had to, dedicate it to Paddy Joe Cooking. Oh, we just hit the hour mark. I'm surprised that I'm still on. Surprised I haven't starting to struggle yet. I guess I am like, reaching for props and stuff. You lurk, and I always think there is angels around, and I think there is an angel you telling you, Paddy, to have a joke there too. It's like one of those. That's one of those Roger statements that only Roger understands really. He's trying to say that Paddy Joe's our angel, but he was a little bit that time when I was getting super lit on stream. Paddy Joe kind of was like it's like Taz Daz and Benji was like, the angel telling me to like slow down and shit, and then we have Paddy Joe, nah, scull it, drink, all that. I will come on about 8:30 if you can hold on that long. Oh, I might finish before then if you get what I mean. It is eight. Oh, bloody daylight savings because I think like we're South Australia must be ahead of you now. I don't know because I was going to say it's 8:30 here already. I don't know, bloody time zones in Australia. Now I'm going to try and look at what the time could be for Mark. Ah, yeah, so it looks like about half an hour. I'll see what I can do, hey? I'll see what I can do. No, we all kings, or king and queens in the chat, and king on the panel there too. What about Becky, Roger? What do you classify Becky as? I wonder if Becky's still watching. I'm gonna check if Becky's on GTA on Xbox. Might even send Becky a message on on Xbox. Tell him to get the hell off GTA and come and be social. Ah, Becky's at home. So home, like, as in the home screen when you turn it on. Bloody Paddy Joe keeps on saying hello to everyone. He hasn't told us if he's all right. We've been all worried about you, and the hell, Becky's got his gamer tag, but then it says Sue. It says Sue under. So probably maybe I shouldn't say that on a live stream, but maybe Becky is a queen. It says Sue. Might have to start calling Becky Sue from now on. Just going through Becky's profile. Post. Been playing Apex Legends, Grand Theft Auto Online. Oh, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. A lot of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. When was this? Yeah, for some reason on the phone it doesn't say. Most of the time it says like when these posts happen. But yeah, anyway. Who likes my new Joker t-shirt that I got today? There was a bit of I'm alright, G, no problemo here, mate. That's good to hear, Paddy. Very good to hear. But yeah, I got this new swag or whatever the kids call it, Joker. it does have a joker on the back as well, but it's a little bit awkward to swing around when I'm and show a back when I'm on a chair like this. There is a song named "A Boy Named Sue." You should come up and sing it for us, Roger, or maybe save it till Saturday and we can have a few drinks and we can all sing it together. We could have a bit of a thank you there, Mrs. Rolfus. Have for like a karaoke night and sing about Becky. Yeah. Maybe I might have a bit of a look. I'm not going to sing because I don't like singing anyway, really. But maybe after a couple of Paddy Joe, I mean Jack Daniels, I might, especially if Roger Lee's a boy names. Probably have heard it before, but I was already sounded a little bit depressed. My daddy left home and an empty bottle of booze. He went and what the hell? Supposedly the meanest thing that the old daddy did was before he left, he went and named me Sue. It all makes sense now. It all makes bloody sense. Roger was on the money there. I imagine Benji singing a few tunes on Saturday. Yeah, I think most of the time Benji's with his girlfriend and chilling on Saturdays. I don't know. Maybe we'll see him make a return one day. He normally pops in the chat for a little bit. Yeah, what happened to you, Roger, on the weekend as well? You disappeared on me. I don't know. I guess I probably didn't give you too much time if you was going to come back. I just thought I'd call it a night there. I don't know. We went for a good 4 or 5 hours, so plenty of time, plenty of time to annoy people. No, someone called Hyper Sapien is streaming Monday Night Madness. Don't know what that's all about. Duncan Hungry has a new subscriber. What are we on now? 729. Yeah, bloody YouTube Shorts that do really shit for me these days. I posted a few just to try to get the people to follow and all that, but yeah, one got like 50, one got 60, and one got 40 and some change. I did get a few people join the channel for it, so I guess it worked out. But just back when I used to do shorts more, sometimes I'd get like thousand, a few thousand, but yeah, I don't know. The bloody algorithm, who knows what it is. That's all good, Roger. Yeah, I was a little bit concerned. I was going to message you, see if you're all right, and then I don't know what I'd done. I reckon I probably grabbed a snack and a drink and watched some stuff, probably Walking Dead, and then I ended up going to sleep. Woke up at like 6 in the morning or something. Roger was online, so I'm like, oh yeah, he's still alive. He's doing all right. And then I'm pretty sure I don't know, we shared a few laughs during the day. So what are we going to talk about now? Especially when Paddy Joe's in the house, we can't disappoint him. We need to come up with some funny shenanigans. Paddy, the Queen of Angels. Bloody might just leave this on for the rest of the night, just so Paddy Joe's always here in spirit. Oh, yeah, I hang around so I can have a chat with Mark, but I don't know how long I'm going to be on tonight. Just, I don't know. To be honest, I I'm like, oh, should I stream? Because I set it up during the day, and I just yeah got back into Walking Dead, and you know when like you get back into a series or you watch some stuff, it's like getting to the crucial moment now. It's getting to the end of the season, so I'm just because I started watching it and I just watched like half an hour here, there, and you know, like I didn't just smash it out. And yeah, the last couple of days I've been smashing it out. I've been just doing, you know, like a couple of episodes a day. And I watched some today, and there was like 5 minutes left, and there was about 10 minutes until the stream started. And I'm like, oh, I could probably watch the 5 minutes, and you know, and then I still have time to jump on the stream. But it's kind of lucky that it's lucky I did just turn it off because, like normally, like most Mondays, the dog decided when there was like 7 minutes or 5 minutes until I had to start the stream, he just all of a sudden started crying to go out. So I'm like, you know, and he's fast asleep though now. He's fast asleep, snoring, loving life. Yeah, he's done that, and that's just typical of dogs, you know. Which he can do if he. But what was annoying, I did let him out, and he just started wandering around the house. He was just like, "Yeah, I just want to just walk around doing whatever." Put him outside because I, you know, wanted to see if he'd go to the toilet, and he just wandered around and then wanted to come back in after like a minute. And yeah, he didn't want to do nothing really. Then he came back in here. So it was just one of those random little. You always say something to make me laugh. I think you and Robbo Five Life will get along. Well, the few times that I've seen Robbo Five Life on stream have been yeah, awesome. I have loved having both of you on, even though one of the times I was very messy. So I started just sculling drinks and just acting a plonker. You know, you get that. I'm a funny man. Fuck you, funny man. uh, that's just a quote from, I believe it was Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels. Oh, fuck you, funny man. You kind of love like just you know sometimes you just these quotes from movies that you love just come into your head. I mean, it doesn't happen anymore, but when we were sort of going to school or you know a lot younger, everyone used to say Simpsons quotes. I actually watched Simpsons the other day at my sister. You know, her kids watched it a bit. And my niece is only like 1 years old, but I did see her sort of spin around a bit when the Simpsons theme song come on. I'm like, oh bloody hell, she knows that song. And- But yeah, Simpsons isn't really that good anymore. It's just I was watching it and it's just so random now. It doesn't really seem to have structure. But yeah, you know, everyone used to always say quotes from Simpsons. They just pop up in random conversation. Yeah, no worries, Roger. Sounds good. Hopefully hopefully it's fixed because there's nothing like technical issues, man. You know, like I know the basics and I can get around with just you know a bit of basic knowledge, but when just the normal stuff, the normal troubleshooting stuff doesn't work, it starts annoying me. That's why with the webcam, I can kind of get it if I tweak around and uninstall, install, and all different stuff and a few other bits and pieces. I can get it to work. A lot of time, yeah, it's like a lot of random crap involved, but yeah, just kind of just using the little pixely one that I'm on now. Robo Five Life found you very funny that night when you had a few. Yeah, yeah, I watched some of that back and you know I kept on because I couldn't see the screen after a while properly, I kept on trying to remove people so I could like have one person who was like talking or saying funny stuff at the time. I'm kind of zoned in on them, but then I'd have to like close one eye like Popeye the Sailor Man, and close one eye and get my spinach and my pipe out, and yeah, and who knows what happened to me that night. I do know when I woke up there was a few things knocked over the room, so I was probably like trying to move and knocking into stuff. Yeah, and as we all know, I didn't end the stream, which was funny, and I reckon I must have had a nap and woke up in the middle of the night and turned off the stream and the laptop or whatever. So I did wake up and well, it was off, but I remember when I woke up after like at 8 in the morning or 9 or whatever, I woke up. I'm like, oh man, I don't. What came into my head right away was, oh, I don't think I ended that stream. Like for some reason, it was like what popped into my head. But yeah, I didn't really have much of a hangover. I didn't really feel sick, which was good. And just yeah, I was contemplating. Good night, Mrs. Rolfus. Take care. Much love and all that stuff. But yeah, I ended up having a cheeky McDonald's that day, double quarter pounder meal. But it was like because I was trying to resist. I'm like, oh no, I don't need it, or I don't know if I want it. Just gets to the point. It's like, oh, why did I order this hours ago? Cody has almost all episodes on my hard drive, so every now and then I'll watch an episode or two while having dinner. Is that I'm guessing that means The Simpsons. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind watching some of the new stuff, but it's just I don't know. There's so much available now. I reckon that a lot of us got into Simpsons. It was good back in the day, but also we didn't have much variety. So it's like, is that part of the reason that a lot of us watched it and loved it? As I said, it was good, but is it because there wasn't much in comparison? So maybe we put it up on a bit of a pedestal when possibly if that was around now with so many streaming services and different bits and pieces, maybe it wouldn't hit the same. But then I guess, as I said, like my nephew, he loves it and loves watching it, and even my niece, who's really like, can't even talk and stuff yet. She's kind of like Maggie, but even she sometimes watch it and like won't really find it funny because obviously she doesn't really understand what the hell they're saying, but still the animation or whatever, you know, interests her, keeps her going. The newer episodes are all right, but nothing really that great. Yeah, I reckon out of them, I haven't watched Family Guy for a while as well, so I don't really know how good of quality that is, or you know, I have watched them. I have to get back into it. I have watched a few episodes of the new Futurama, and that just seems the same, which isn't a bad. Like, it's not bad. Like it's just keeping how it is. It's just expanding on those characters and just some silly, crazy, wacky stuff. But which, yeah, they haven't blown me away, but they've done the job. Like, they've kept me entertained, but they haven't done anything that I'm like, oh, okay, this is really funny or this is really good or whatever. It's just same. But South Park is probably what I would say that I still enjoy and still watch. Like I don't watch it all the time, and I do want to see the new. I think they call it the Pandaverse, but it's from what I saw like a bit of a trailer. It looks like Cartman has nightmares and him and all of the kids, they're women, but they're all different ethnicities and stuff. Like, it's kind of like paying out the woke culture, like how Disney and stuff wants to make white characters be like a lot of times they're changing those characters to black people, but they kind of do that where Hartman, of course, is the black woman, and that's just because a lot of the bit of the stereotype black woman. How they have that sassy, like full on sort of body language and speech and stuff. I reckon Kyle was Indian, Kenny was Asian, and then Stan, I reckon, might have been Caucasian. But yeah, I haven't watched it. I just saw the trailer. But yeah, and I'd say that South Park is my cup of tea, and just what I find sort of funny. I used to watch Simpsons a lot growing up. Yeah, same. But yeah, as I say, like definitely enjoyed and has a lot of nostalgia. Some of those old school episodes, and just you get to know the characters. Oh, Paddy Joe's got to get to the bottle shop before it closes, G. So I may or may not be back later. I appreciate it, Paddy. It's good to see and have a little bit of a chat to you. And if I don't speak to you later on, have a good night and a good week, and take care. Yeah, take care, Rolfus and Mrs. Rolfus. You ever watched Drawn Together? I have, and my brother really likes that. I liked it or enjoyed it. It was very different though, but that was probably what was good about it. Like it was so different. So it's like like a lot of stuff seems similar where that was quite different. Aqua Teen Hunger Force as well was really crazy and good. I'm sure if anyone has seen that, it would be Cody. You seen Aqua Teen Hunger Force? I think that's what it was called. I'm sure I'm not that. Yeah, Aqua Teen Hunger Force. That was just for anyone that hasn't seen it, it's kind of like superheroes almost, but they don't even really do that much stuff that a superhero would do. But it's heard of it but haven't seen it. That's crazy. You haven't seen it. You've got the shake, the fries, and the meatball. Yeah, you should see if you can find it. Like on, I reckon it's kind of your sense of humor, or knowing that you're into your animation and you're into like stuff like Drawn Together. I say out of anyone or everyone that you'd be the most likely to sort of enjoy that humor. So it's like their neighbor as well is just like this random grumpy old dude, and it's just so random. But especially if you have a few Tassie tomatoes, I know Cody doesn't, but Cody has that kind of sense of humor anyway. Paddy is king of Victoria. He sure is. I reckon really Paddy Joe is bloody the king of the world, really, isn't he? By now, like this day and age, he's bloody the king of the world. King of the world. I'm king of the world. Yeah, not quite conquered TikTok, I wouldn't say, but I'm on it. I just don't go up. I don't. I need to sort of, I guess, focus on just one social media, but I do know a lot of people have their fingers in all the pies. But I haven't posted in TikTok in a while. I will post on TikTok because I did those YouTube shorts, which I said, like they haven't even got over 100 views yet, which is kind of crap because I don't do what I normally do, put some hashtags and all the rest of it. But yeah, for some reason they haven't done that well. But as I said, I've got a few people joined the channel from them, so I guess that's good enough for me. Some new people on the channel. But yeah, and I will put those on. One of just I don't know, like it sounds like third world problems or whatever, but on YouTube you can only use like the music you can only use as YouTube music, like royalty free or whatever. On TikTok and Instagram, you can use uh, like professional songs or whatever you want to call it, like radio songs or by proper artists. But then sometimes on one, yeah, you can't like just you have to edit them both in the different apps and then you add the songs and stuff to it. So it's like I'm technically am making the same small video a few times. You know, like I'm making the same video, and then normally I do it in my editing app. I'll add the royalty free or the YouTube music, then I'll just like delete it and then just take that video and then go through the TikTok and the Instagram I normally put them on. Yeah, TikTok doesn't do too bad. Sometimes it depends on the content, you know, just for some reason, maybe the name, maybe like, you know, the product I'm reviewing or whatever might be do a little bit better than other ones. But yeah, Instagram was doing fairly good for a while, and then just you know one video. Sometimes it's the worst videos or the videos I don't think oh I don't even really want to put this up, and all of a sudden get like 4,000 views or whatever, which is still bugger all. But for someone like me that's a noob, you know, it's a fair bit. But then just the last few have just been, I guess it's kind of like what I'm saying with YouTube. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I guess I probably need to look into those channels that try to tell you what's changed in the algorithm, you know, what's doing good and what isn't. But yeah, like I do what I normally do to get loads of views, and just these days on Instagram and YouTube Shorts, they just don't do nothing. Yeah. And someone I was just reading because I went into the YouTube studio just to see if their YouTube shorts have moved, which they haven't don't really done much since. But one new person who joined said, new sub, which is nice of them to. But then they also commented on Smith's Mad Mex shorts and said, definitely not watching this while eating the same chips. But I have done that before. That's how I have found channels before. Like, say, if I'm eating something, I'm like, I wonder what other people have to say about this, and like type in what I'm eating. So I remember I found the back catalogue that I've mentioned before on the channel. That's how I found Dylan B, and then that's how I found Cody. So I was eating Golden Gay Time Cocoa Pops, and they were okay. But I'm like, oh, I wonder what other people's opinion is. Typed it in and found those guys, and yeah, you know, commented and just watched some of the other videos and just went from there. Wonder what happened to Sammy. Must have fell asleep. That tuna he was saying about the combo of chocolate, yogurt, and tuna mornay. I reckon, yeah, he was saying he wonders how you know how the concoction would work. Probably had to go and take a you know what the old Tom Tit. Can't believe Cody hasn't heard of it. Crazy business. The hell? It's almost 9 o'clock. What the hell? See, when I do the Monday streams, try to do them a little bit earlier because you know it's not necessarily up late with G. And I know people have to go to work and all the rest of it. But yeah, so you know, as well, I kind of just wing it, stream until people get sick of me. I'm God now. Damn, I just got to level up. So like Roger's like in a video game, you know, where it's like you've just been leveled up and stuff. Like he's the person that levels everyone up. So apparently, I just turned into a god. I don't know how to feel about that. You know, not complaining, but kind of threw me off a little bit. But yeah, like yeah, I just not like some channels who just you know had that certain time limits and stuff, sort of. But yeah, it's just I've been doing these Mondays and Saturdays now, so I've been trying to keep to it. Been trying to keep to the schedule. We all gods in the chat. Picking up grilled for tea, logging onto this madness, huh? How are you there, Gibbo? See, I've had grilled. I really need to do it. I'm fucking hungry. The food tasted good, but it just, I don't know. I was going to say it's a little bit overpriced, but most stuff is these days. So, what's an extra £5? What's an extra fiver or whatever when it's just. There are a lot of local places though that I'd probably, if I was just getting some mung, a bit of tea, bit of dinner, I'd probably just go to, some of the good local places around. But yeah, definitely need to do grilled on the channel. They're a little bit fancy, a little bit different, like just the combinations of flavors. I really liked, I reckon they do zucchini chips. They were off tap. They were really good. It's like I love Nando's as well, and I haven't had it for probably almost a year, and I haven't done it on Funkin' Hungry yet. I was right outside Nando's the other day, but I was with someone, and I was just, I don't know, like I couldn't have really done a video because I didn't really have like tripods or whatever. But yeah, I was so tempted just to go and get some Nando's. I was even flicking through the menu when I was there. I'm like, oh, I'd tempt myself. Yeah, overpriced grub served by up by the tweens, but got a good voucher and still hammered from Friday. Well, that's it. Yeah, I was having a chat with people in a KFC group earlier. Well, chat. I'd replied to their comment, they replied, and then someone replied to their reply to me. But they was posted like wicked wings, and the wicked wing was just so tiny. And yeah, it's just KFC's getting expensive, but the serving sizes and the chicken is just getting so small. That's exactly what I said. That really, it's only okay value when you get a voucher. But yeah, hope you enjoy your grilled. What are you going to get? Do you know what you're going to get from grilled? That's it, Cody. Exactly. So first we're legends, then kings, and now we're gods. That's it. So, only Roger can like give us these sort of titles. So yeah, because I had a laugh with Benji earlier on because I said, oh, I called him Sir, and he's like, oh, don't you mean King? And I'm like, oh no, only Roger can say that stuff. I don't have the qualifications to be telling anyone they're kings or gods or queens. Gibbo was making me want to go to Grilled. There's a few places that I need to try. I need to like make a list of them. I do have a pad around here somewhere. You can never find stuff when you want to. I mean, I'm going to remember Grilled because I know it's a place that I need to try. I've tried, but I need to do it on the channel. Wonder if they add an app or something. Had Pizza Hut six wings last Wednesday with the new Korean barbecue sauce and was good. Yeah, that's another thing I do need to try is because I haven't had their. I think they had a habanero mango sauce for their wings. I remember when those wings first dropped to like probably a year going on two, and I'm like, yeah, I'll try them. But the annoying thing is like Pizza Hut's not open till like four going on five. Most of the time when I'm doing reviews, I try to do them more during the day so I can, record it, eat the food, and if I want to get the video out that day, edit it and all that. Yeah, $20 treat meal. Grab a burger, snack, chips, and six HFC bites for just 20. That's not too bad. Exclusive to Relish, exclusive to Relish for a limited time. Pretty sure Grill does lamb burgers as well. I love me some lamb. Speaking of lamb, we have Mary's little lamb in here. How are you, Mary?
I'm good, thanks. G, how are you?
Oh yeah. I was just mouth was watering a bit. Everyone started talking about food, even though I do food
Yeah,
reviews and stuff. I'm like, oh, that sounds good.
yeah. Well, that's why I put my name as Finger Licking Good.
I didn't see your name yet. I could have saw
Yeah,
it down there, but yeah, I
I,
had this in
there
the
you
way.
go. Yeah, there
The
you go.
dirty bird.
Finger Dirty Bird. Isn't that what you call it?
Funny enough, I don't actually call it that, but yeah, so many people call it that.
Yeah, yeah.
I call other stuff that. I do like it, good dirty bird, but not KFC.
Well, back in the day, we used to call it Kentucky Duck.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, yeah. That was the saying
That's
we
another
had.
name.
Yeah,
I
that was
haven't
the
heard that
same.
one.
Yeah, yeah. When I was growing up as a kid, oh, let's go get some Kentucky Duck. You know. It's-
Uh, yeah, never really. I don't reckon I've ever really sort of gave it a nickname. I guess because KFC is kind of a nickname
Well,
in itself, really.
yeah, it is, but of course, when it first came out, it was Kentucky Fried Chicken, and
Yeah.
then it became, um, then everybody started to shorten the names, like the local takeaway. Um, Once again, going back to when I was a kid, was the local chew and spew. That's just a terminology I grew up with. You know, and
That's brilliant.
if you wanted some Chinese, you go get some royal cat and dog. And it's just
Yeah, the cat and dog's definitely been around.
yeah,
We
yeah.
have the royal prawn as well now.
Yes, we do, and we got to say hello to the royal prawn, giving me a hi there to calling myself a king. So yeah.
He's back to the kings. He called me a god before.
God, or next he'll have to call you the goat.
Yeah, that's it. I wonder what he will come up with next. The god of
Well,
gods, or
yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, maybe you'll be Thanos, won't you?
yeah, like I have been the Mad Titan a few times. That was when I went a little bit mad for a while there.
Mm, mm.
I went a little bit crazy, a little bit hard to control. Yeah, let me know what let me know how you go with that, Cody. I reckon you'll like it. It's kind of like stuff that I know that you like. It's a little bit crazy and just random. Yeah.
So what's been happening, G?
Oh, not much, just been struggling to like. I'm surprised that I was able to get past the hour. It was
Yeah,
struggle city
yeah,
for a while there.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, that's why I reached out and said, look, I'll be on at 8:30 my time, which is whatever it is your time there now. So
Yeah, it's like 9 past 9.
yeah, yeah, and other people down south is oh, that's right, you're slightly different. So New South Wales is further behind, so they're 9:30.
Oh.
At least it's
And
at
then
least it's.
like
I was just going to say, at least it's not like America where there's Mountain Time, Pacific Time, West Coast Time, East Coast Time. There's so many different time zones. It's not funny.
yeah,
I,
like
I think.
sometimes I speak to people in different countries and they always freak out when Australia's always, like 9 or more hours ahead. But it's like, what is really time? Like, like they're talking to me like in the same time, but it's
Mm,
not the same time zone. It's not the
mm.
same, yeah. So, you know,
Well, really,
just all,
I suppose if we're all going to be on the same book, we should be using UTC, um,
hmm.
which is Universal Time Code. So, and yeah, but anyway, we all we all like to stick to our time zones, but of course everything is determined from Greenwich or GMT, Greenwich Mean Time. So I think we're
Yeah.
10 hours plus from Greenwich, because that all dates back to, all that sort of stuff. But while I was driving around today, I watched the Joe Rogan podcast, and the one with what's his name?
Alex Jones. Elon
No,
Musk.
no. Hang on, I'll find it. Graham Hancock. That's right.
One of my
Yeah.
favorite rappers has actually been on that before as well. Vinny Paz.
Yeah, Graham Hancock. He's the guy who did Ancient Apocalypse on that Netflix series, and he got a lot of heat from that, from the academics saying how wrong he was and all this sort of stuff. And while he was talking to Joe Rogan, there was no talk of a season 2, which I think has been done on purpose because he's keeping such a low profile. It was a big ratings winner for Netflix, and he wasn't his theories that he was putting forward. He's not saying that this is what it is. He's just saying, well, what if this is the case?
Yeah. And when it comes to researching or having your own opinion, so it's not like always, oh, this is 100% correct. It's like you put forward the evidence and say you and I, and we might, and even the person's presenting, we all might have a different opinion of what the evidence is, or we might not always. But yes, you just got to be open-minded, because so many people just want to take the piss out of everything, or they're not open to even just they don't want to take any information. Like, they just close themselves off, and just, you can give people evidence, and then the evidence is pointing in this direction, and they want to just turn away and not even let it. Yeah, I don't know. I can't understand people that can't be open-minded or even just interested in stuff like that. I guess each to their own. But so is Joe Rogan back on YouTube now, or is he just?
No. He's on Spotify, but they put Joe Rogan clips on YouTube. Because don't forget,
so like a 10 minute or a 5 minute.
Yeah. Don't forget, YouTube is still one of the biggest platforms out there, and everyone goes to it.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we're using it now. We're using StreamYard to stream to YouTube, so people and I've seen a lot of YouTubers. They have a cry and a hissy fit, and I don't like YouTube, I'm moving away from it. Yet as soon as they move away from it, they find that they suddenly get no views, and then they come back to it. So it's one of those things. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. You're not paying for the platform. Well, you are paying for it, but you're not paying for it directly. So you have to put up with what you've got. It's a bit like StreamYard here. It's not perfect, but boy does it make stuff easy. It's just easy to do, and there's other platforms out there similar to StreamYard. And there's also OBS, Open Broadcasting Software, which, from what I can see, is pretty full on, and it's really customizable. But it's a big learning curve. Where this isn't much different to, say, Zoom or Facebook Messenger or any other platform that you use. And so for what you do and what other people do, StreamYard's perfect.
Yeah, because I know there's Streamlabs. I was going to get into that, but it seems so complicated. Like you said, there's a lot of layouts and you can customize it a lot more, but it just seems so complicated. I mean, I'm sure I'd eventually get my head around it, but
Yeah.
when I came onto StreamYard, I was a bit like, oh, will I be able to work this out? But it only took me, a few times to sort of just get used to it. It got to the point where I kind of, you can just muck around
Mm.
with it and it's really easy to use.
Well, when I used to be on that other channel, I actually pointed out showed them a few things to do, or showed one particular person a few things to do that
Yeah, right.
they didn't work out, and I'd hardly use the platform, So, but however, I did invest some time into watching other people talking about the best streaming platform to use and some of the features. So, um, I was one step ahead there. So I think it's important if you're going to use a service to at least learn the basics of the service. And from what I can see, StreamYard does keep adding extra features from time to time. Now, those features may
Yeah.
not be for everyone, but it may help, and that's something that you might want to go and do, is just see if there's any extra features in there that might help some of your streams.
Yeah, and it's like I don't check it often, but I've had came across when it's said about little updates or little new features. But yeah, it's definitely if you have a program, it's definitely good to try to move with it, as they change or just adapt or add new features. It's good to,
Mm.
otherwise you may as well get your money's worth.
Yeah, yeah. Are you paying for this or using the free version? I think I've asked you this
Yeah,
before.
I've been paying for it maybe since September, I reckon.
Yeah.
I've I've paid for it twice, and November obviously is going to tick over, and I'm going
Mm.
to have to pay again. I was looking actually to pay for it for a year, but it is almost like $400.
Yeah, right. Right.
Because
So
it's
is
like
that
I think it's two Australian dollars. Yeah,
yeah. Is that just the basic version, or you've gone for that little bit
yeah,
extra?
that's just for the first non-free version.
Mm.
So I believe there's two versions where it's the other one seems more like if you were going to do a podcast or radio, like you was going to like probably do it every day.
Yep.
I forget exactly. I was looking at it recently. Billing. But yeah, it's like $40 every 4 weeks. I was going to pay for it for a year, but then when it was like 300 and close to 400, I just thought I don't really have that money lying around just to throw at it.
Yeah. There it is.
Yeah, so it's basic,
Yeah.
and do they have more? Oh, they have. Oh, bloody hell, they have a few of them.
What's that?
Premium, because I it's because like you have to scroll across. They have even more than I imagined. So they have the free. I have basic, then they have professional, then they have premium, growth, business. There's like I only thought there was like say like 3 or 4 or whatever, but there's like 6 different ones. Yeah, it's just changing it to extra cameras, full HD, multi-stream to 8 devices. It's like the 15.
So you're paying the $20 a month, are you?
Yeah, right. It's $25, but that when it says that's American,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
so it's like closer to I reckon about $40 Australian.
So you can 10 people on screen, 3 destinations. guest destinations, logos, overlays, background. Yeah. I suppose
I
it's
reckon the main thing to pay for is you only get 20 hours on the free one, like 20 hours each
yeah,
4 weeks. So it's,
yeah.
if I'm doing, sometimes I do like a 6 hour odd live stream. Yeah, I mean, definitely just having that little bit, few more features. There's a
Mm.
business one as well. It doesn't say how much the business one is. The
No.
last one is 299 every 4 weeks. But yeah, I guess it is. I guess it'll probably be okay if people are getting paid for their podcasts or whatever.
I've seen YouTubers just use the free one. You know,
Yeah,
and
I mean, I
you
guess if
can.
they're really making money, but if you want to save money, like you said, there's free ones.
Yeah. Streaming platform.
Yeah, one of the main reasons I did go to the basic is I started running out of the 20 hours. I
Yeah.
was streaming, every 4 weeks. I'm doing at least 2 streams, sometimes more.
Mm. Well, there's even well, there's Facebook Live, Twitch, YouTube, LinkedIn, Restream, Datacast, Bright Grove, Captulura, or something like that. Panotopia. There's a bunch of them out there. It's really whoever you want to go for. I mean, I think from what I've seen, just reviews in general, StreamYard seems to come up the best for most people. I mean, it obviously works. We've all used it, and it's great. It's easy. I'm just going to grab
I
some
don't feel
water.
like, yeah, no worries. Yeah, like I don't feel like anyone's really had issues with it from what I've come across. So like a bit of a learning, experience at first. But yeah, I don't reckon anyone's ever complained. But it's funny that Mark was mentioning the streaming sort of services or whatever, because I was looking at it recently. Because in 2 days I'll have to pay for StreamYard again, but I have sort of made sure that I've put some money aside or whatever you want to say to pay for it. But I was seeing if there was any cheaper stuff out there, any better ones, and just haven't looked too much into it. But as I said, I was going to pay for a year just because you get it at like $60 cheaper or something. But yeah, I just don't have $400 just to like blow on that when I could. There's a lot better uses for that money.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, my channel. I reckon my channel should get monetized by the end of the year as long as YouTube agrees with the content or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I'll be making like what 10 cents or 30 cents from it. So it's not going to pay for StreamYards. Maybe it might help a little bit. Maybe $1. Maybe I might get $1 towards it. But I think the
So
part that will make some money if people decide to become a member, like they have the member of the channel, so people can do
yeah,
like monthly membership where they can pay a few dollars or anywhere from like maybe $10, $20. But I mean that's up to people. And really, if people do pay that, really because like on my hobby channel, any money that I did make from affiliate links and stuff always went back into the channel. It's not like I'm just like gonna go and have a lobster dinner from it and like, oh, cheers everyone, like this is on you. Like any money I do get from membership will just go into more content, like helping pay
yeah.
for food reviews or whatever.
So there's a guy I just there's a guy I just got on YouTube, and he does what is it, 15 streaming platform services from best to worst, and he's updated it. That might be TV streaming services. I mightn't be the one. Yeah, no, that's what I was looking for. Streaming apps, live stream, something like that. Yeah, look, there's plenty out there, and it's whatever you want to use, and until that changes, I think everyone will a lot of people will just use StreamYard because it's so easy. I do watch one guy, and he has OBS, but he does have trouble with it every so often, and I've seen people have trouble with StreamYard as well, but that could be to do with their server or connection or wherever they are,
Yeah.
Generally speaking, I don't think we need much more than what we're doing here. I think the screen sharing could be a little bit better, in my opinion. That's the only thing I would pick on is when you do screen sharing, it'd be nice to maybe use your Photos app or something like that, or a folder or something from your computer. You probably can, but there's video files.
Like I said before, that no one's ever really had issues, and I guess I was exaggerated a bit. Like, I know that one time I jumped on and for some reason my sound was off, but it was also good that I was able to restart my laptop. The stream was still running, and me jump back into my stream and then come back, and it did actually fix the audio.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just if that was other apps or maybe just YouTube, I'm pretty sure it might shut it down if I did that, but I'm unsure really. But yeah, there's been a few little issues with microphones and stuff like that, but I guess a lot of times that's not really the StreamYard, it's more just the laptop or the computer people are using a lot of time.
Yeah, it's good that, like you said, how easy it is. If you have a problem, all you need to do is just refresh the browser or close it and come back in, and the stream's still going, and you just pop back in. That's brilliant.
Yeah, definitely. So I've been using it. I could continue using it until I don't know. Maybe if someone suggests a different service, might give it a try. But yeah,
The only. Have you got anything saved on here? That's the only thing. If you jump to another service, you might lose if you've got something saved here. Excuse me.
You can only have, I think, 40 hours or 50 hours in your library save. So I did try to save some that I thought might, but at the end of the day, I mean, if I did want to use the content again or whatever, I could just go on and just record the screen or whatever. Go onto YouTube, play the video, record the screen. So I was trying to keep stuff in the library, but I'm just doing, a couple of big streams each week, and just I've started deleted them. I don't have enough room to keep them, but I know, again, if I paid for a bigger, like the next size, I think that'd give you a bigger space to save stuff. But really, I kind of just do these streams for, obviously, if people go back and watch them, sometimes I've even, if there's been a funny stream, I've gone back and watched a little bit of it just to have a bit of a laugh at some stuff people have said and done. But at the end of the day, I'll just go to YouTube and rewatch it. I won't sort of, worry about it.
Yeah.
I know that you spoke about YouTube Shorts a little bit, and yeah, my shorts have been doing absolutely terrible lately.
Really?
I did a few, and none of them have got over 100 views lately. And some of the views some of the shorts used to get 1,000, couple of thousand.
Yeah, right. Do you put any hashtags in with them, or?
Yeah, I do. I always put hashtags in them. I got to the point where I'd have a collection of hashtags, and obviously, if it depended on the content, I'd add a few more.
Hmm.
I don't know if I'm adding too much now or if I'm not adding enough, but probably do add a good 20 or more.
Yeah.
But I don't know if less is more now, or I just
Yeah. I would. I would suggest. Hang on a second. So, I put up one the other day. Now,
yeah,
I put a short up the other day or 2 days ago, and it's got 1.4K views, so 1,400. It's not many, but my best. Where's my best one? My best one is 9.7K views, and yeah, I just couldn't believe it. And
yeah,
then I followed it up with a slow mo version of the same thing, and it's hardly got anything. Yeah, just crazy.
yeah. Just I've got one that's 1.1K, but that was like half a year ago. But ever since, they've just been get a few hundred on some. But yeah, the last few I've added. Funny enough, I did put them on so I could get a few more subs, which I have. Like I put up a couple in the last day or so, and I have got a few subs from it, so it's kind of done what I wanted. But the one that's got the highest is only 71 views, so just yeah, they used to sort of sometimes I could just click refresh and you'd get like 50 or so views just by refreshing. Like
Mm.
people are watching it so much, you refresh and then just you get a bunch more views. But now they're just not taking off, so I don't know. Probably, I guess, need to watch a few videos and see what the professional type people suggest. But
Yeah, well,
I haven't really,
I used to suggest Think Media to a certain person, and they never took it up. So I just started talking about it because I really like their content because it's concise, it's short, and I've shared some of those videos with you guys before, and
yeah,
there
yeah, because
was
I am sub to them. So
and in some cases it's almost the stuff they put out is almost too much. you know
yeah,
um, I would
too often
oh
or just too advanced.
well, look, they're professionals, they do it all the time, and
Yeah,
I don't know, I just sometimes I think because I signed up for their newsletter, and it seems like I'm getting a newsletter almost twice a week or something like that, and as much as I recommend them, um, I I almost think, see, they're focusing on that one thing all the time. So
yeah,
that's their bread and butter. I mean, it's great content, don't get me wrong, but um, I suppose people like us can't do what they're doing. You know,
yeah,
it's good to watch. I think because they talked about, I think it was them or somebody else. If you type in, improve your shorts or something like that, I'm sure you'll
yeah,
find videos out there um, to help you out.
yeah,
Whether it's adding different hashtags, or I don't think time of day matters. It just all depends on the mighty algorithm that YouTube is running.
Yeah, because vidIQ is an app I use to just is one of the best places, because I find sometimes YouTube Studio, when you put hashtags, it doesn't save it or load it properly. But this vidIQ app, I've got the free version. I can just go in and optimize and choose a video, and I can put in my hashtags, and they do give you a bit of feedback of if it's going to do well or if it's going to be a bit of an average hashtag. But they do have a YouTube channel as well that I do watch sometime, and it is that kind of content where it's teaching you sort of, how to take your videos and just expand on that, where whatever it may be. Sometimes talk about algorithms and stuff. But yeah, it's kind of similar to you saying, they're putting out so much content. It's just hard to keep up with it, especially when I'm trying to watch content I enjoy just for entertainment. And then there's not enough time in the day. And yeah, again, I guess if I was taking probably, I mean, I do take it kind of serious, but if I wanted to take it even more serious, I would or should be watching all these channels to learn how to expand on it.
Yeah, it's. I think the best advice, or because we all get overwhelmed with so much content, we're bombarded with so much, and that's why sometimes I just put the devices down. Like when first up tonight, I was up the shed. We're having some renovations done here on the spaceship, so we're having to move things around, and so we've got to take stuff out, move this around, and all that sort of stuff. There's a fair bit involved. As you could imagine, living on a spaceship, it's not always easy.
You've got to make sure, and all that.
Yeah, but you got to. We got shields in place to help us out, but you still got to be careful, especially out in space. But
because apparently no one can hear you scream, right? So you can't scream.
Yeah, that's right. So I think it only takes about 2 seconds or 3 seconds, and you're frozen like a popsicle, and you're floating around as debris out in space. And then you fall into low Earth orbit, and then continually spiral down and re-enter the atmosphere and burn up. So that's totally different.
And all of a sudden, you bounce into Earth, and it's like, oh, who's that? Oh, it's a frozen and heated up corpse from Mark. Finger looking good, as they say.
That's it.
I wonder what it tastes like. Finger looking good, actually.
Bit of dipping sauce, and sweet and sour.
Yeah. I think one thing I'd need to do is maybe try and create a bit of a schedule more. Maybe I could even put 10, 20 minutes aside and look into these YouTube videos. No, it doesn't need to even be every day, but maybe put a bit of, do a bit of a list and say, one day a week, watch some of these vidIQ and all that stuff, and see what they have to say. Because definitely me being more active online does make you neglect other stuff. Like I've been wanting to sort out my hobby space for a bit, changing around and all that stuff. But I do a little bit of it, and then I end up getting caught up. And I haven't put it out in the last couple of weeks. I probably only put it out a couple of videos. Doing lives does help to bump up the hours and all the rest of it. But just doing so much, I probably need to create a bit of a schedule and work around it a little bit more. It's like you as well with with your hobby, or when you go into the shed. Sometimes it's nice for me to escape and just build or paint and stuff as well. And you're trying to balance all the stuff you love in life, as well as me trying to make a mark in the social media stuff on YouTube and other platforms. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, once the renovations are done, and I'm going to get a bit more serious about the video side of things, especially when I start putting the steamroller back together. That's something I
Yeah,
plan to live stream and talk about as I'm doing it. Whether that works out or not, I don't know. It's just something that I've got up here that
Mm.
I think might be a good idea. I'm also doing it to
No, that
show.
would be.
Yeah, I also doing it to show people not just what I do, but how I do it. Excuse me, why I'm
Yeah,
doing it. Um,
yeah,
I just
definitely.
come across that vidIQ channel on YouTube, so I
Yeah,
might have a watch of some of their content and see how it compares to Think Media. Um, One thing I would suggest is um, probably it's a bit like welding. If
I
you're
would
starting out,
suggest. I would just quickly suggest the app as well. Maybe download the app and just you can put in your Google account, your YouTube account,
yeah,
and
is it
bring it
is
up.
it free?
Just maybe
Is
have.
it
Yeah,
is it free?
it's free. Yeah, it's free. It does have a paid version, but they seem to be update. They've updated recently the free version where they'll have like progress goals now and daily tasks and
Yeah,
just. I mainly, as I said, use it to sort of keep track of my videos, put in my hashtags. Like when I put in hashtags, if it wants to focus, the green ones are obviously the green ones mean that they're going to do very well, and
yep,
the orange one, and then so sometimes obviously you get red ones as well, which means don't most likely don't use them because it's not going to do that well in the algorithm. But yeah,
hmm
it's if you have a play around with that, especially if you are going to start trying to do more content, it's like a nice little way. But then they also have the YouTube channel as well.
okay. So there's one. So they both got in-app purchases.
There are in-app purchases, but you should be able to do what I do and not pay for it and just use the app.
Yeah. So I'll just righto. vidIQ for
So if you
YouTube.
so if you see so if you see I've got the app, I'm not paying for it. I've installed it.
Hmm
And, in some ways, I mean, I do still use YouTube Studio, the app, because that's
Yeah,
more where I can keep an eye on my content, analytics content, and also I can reply to comments on there. But I
that's the one.
definitely have been using, yeah, vidIQ, and then when you get to that screen, you just put in your
Oh, you
Google account or whatever it
get
is.
started for free. Yeah, yeah, righto.
Yeah, and
Let's
just
see a
have a
few
bit of a look
questions.
around. I've found that quite useful just to do certain stuff with my content. If you go into optimize, it brings up your videos, and you can it just is a lot better laid out where you can put in your tags and all that stuff instead of using, because as I said, I found YouTube Studio a little bit crap for putting in tags.
Mm,
And you put in a keyword of for you it'd be like steam trains or whatever, and then it kind of comes
yep,
up with different options. You
yep.
can choose to add them or not add them.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, definitely
one
found it
thing,
quite good.
one thing is for sure, the scenery has changed, and we've got tools like this to help us get better at it because
Yeah,
we know YouTube is changing, and you need to change along with it. Otherwise, you're going to go backwards. Um, have you ever thought
yeah,
about
definitely.
doing just setting up your camera so that the camera's focusing on your painting of your miniature and maybe just talking every so often as you're painting it and doing a long form video?
Yeah, I need to do. It takes a lot longer to edit and do stuff for my painting video or channel.
Mm.
I
Yeah, well, but doing it live though, not even edit it, just do it live.
Yeah, I've wanted to, but then when I had the issues with the webcam and stuff, I did try it at one stage, but just
Mm.
there was a lot of issues, and it kind of, I guess, put me off. But I do,
Yeah.
because I've always wanted to do what's the Twitch, or even I could do it on YouTube now. I've got StreamYards because at first I thought I could only do it on Twitch because I didn't have, I think you need 1,000 to use the YouTube Studio Live function, but now StreamYards and other apps allow you to do that. But yeah, I'd love to be able to engage with, because people ask me questions when I do a video, but at least they can ask me in real time and I can kind of try to focus on what they said. Well, it's still small numbers, but my last painting video is just keeps on getting like quite a few a day. It's up to 6,000 point or 6.3K views, and I keep on getting subs from it. Just I guess every say 50 people that watch it, I might get
Yeah.
one or two people join.
Yeah.
But it
So
has done quite well. But it just I need to keep on creating content, for if I ever wanted to be more successful with it or
yeah.
become a bigger face to the miniature painting hobby.
Yeah, I just wondered if you ever did, just set your camera up and just focus on the miniature as you're painting it, whether that would be and like just do it live without any editing or anything like that and go from there. But
Yeah, definitely have wanted to do that for ages, and a lot of people do that. A lot of people seem to do it on Twitch. But yeah, I would love to do that. I just that's why I started trying to update my I got the laptop, I got the webcam and different stuff, but still I'm not quite yet there yet. But I'm probably could do it with the phone because that's part reason as well why I do have one of these because it has like the attachment for the phone where I can just sit it there and obviously sort of put it up and zoom in and that's how I do my painting videos, but I could do it live.
Does that work out well when you do that?
For the editing videos, it's pretty good, but sometimes I haven't, I guess it's trial and error, but sometimes I go like off, it's slightly out of focus on the camera. Like it's not like I guess, the camera has a certain amount of space and I sometimes go out of view a little bit. But the last painting video, it was it was all done. It does go for about half an hour, but I really go into how I do what I do. But yeah, I just need to, it's definitely content or I just want to do it more. But I do have that and Funkin' Hungry. I kind of put the hobby stuff to the side a little bit because Funkin' Hungry seemed to take off with views and closer to sort of being monetized and stuff. But once I'm monetized and sort of I'm there with Funkin' Hungry, I do want to jump back into the hobby stuff and try to build that channel up more.
Yeah.
So it's just like we were saying before, it's just finding the time to do, you have all these ideas, you have all this stuff I want to do, but it's just getting to there. Sometimes I guess I guess definitely me talking for myself, procrastinate too much. I want to do this, this, and this. Sometimes you just need to start doing it and just, put it into action. That's why I said I probably should try and do a bit of a schedule where maybe even if it's say like half an hour or an hour on, Funkin' Hungry and then a little bit on my Hypersapien channel, just build it so I can kind of have a bit more of a structure instead of just all this, oh, I want to do this, I want to do this.
Yeah. Well,
and, I do some of it, but
you're not alone in procrastinating. I think I'm also the king of procrastinating, and maybe we should get Roger the pirate up here to talk about how we can, focus, use his martial arts skills to help us focus and get a bit more motivated. I think you're right. You hit it on the head, because I do the same working on my steamroller. You know, I get a bit ahead of myself. Oh, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and it turns out that one job, in some cases, takes way longer than what you thought it would, and that comes back to what we do in our everyday lives. Like my job at work, most of my time is spent driving from one job site to another, and I have to allow time to do that. Now, I know how long it takes to get to the various job sites, and so I allow for that time. And when I get to a job site, a lot of the guys, because they're sick and tired of what they're doing, because it's the same thing over and over again, they're going, I turn up and all they want to do is have a chat, you know. Oh, hi, how's it going? What are the other job sites doing? Oh, you know, sort of, what do you know about this? And if some sort of, you know, scandal or something happens at work, as it does from time to time, when you're dealing with a lot of personalities, and in some cases, all I want to do is get in there, do what I have to do, and get out again, because I actually enjoy driving around. I enjoy driving around. Then, because when I'm driving around, I'm sitting in a nice air-conditioned truck. I've got this set up, and I'm watching something. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I'm listening to something. If you know what I mean. And I enjoy that more. You know, people say, oh, you know, because we've had a few jobs where we've had to go a fair way, and the problem coming back from these jobs is the traffic that you have to contend with, especially at certain times of the day, peak hour, you know. And but in my situation, the further I drive, the better it is. Like
so then you can listen to longer stuff.
Yeah,
you know, like you can listen to a whole film or whatever.
Or either that or several podcasts, which I you know, the audio versions that I listen to. There's one job that we do from time to time. So where I am here, sometimes we'll go do a job up as far as Gympie, which is about an hour away by car or vehicle. And because they've spent a lot of money on the highway, it's just plain sailing now. There's a bit of road work still going on in our area here, which there always seem to be roadworks going on. Oh, excuse me. But generally speaking, driving up to Gympie is just like get in the truck, set the cruise control, and away you go. And you're just da-da-da-da-da, listening to the podcast. You're watching other people go past you because it's a truck. And look, my truck can do 100 kilometres an hour, but that's it. You know, that's sort of downhill with the tailwind, so to speak. On going up hills, I slow down a bit. But mind you, I'm the truck's like 16 ton all up on the road with everything that I carry. So I'm carrying a fair bit of weight. And, so jobs like that I really like because it's like an hour one way and I maybe work for a half an hour on the job site, if that.
Unless some twat's talking to you.
Yeah, unless some twat's talking to me. And then it's another hour back, you know. And it's I love that. It's fantastic. If I could drive further, I would.
Yeah, it's probably, I mean, I haven't worked in the industry, but it's probably a bunch of faffing about if it's like short trips, because obviously you get into the destination quicker and
Yeah.
less time for you to listen to your podcast. So.
Yeah. And then, but usually it's about 20 minutes between all of the jobs, roughly, the way it is at the
Yeah.
moment. There has been one job that's been about half an hour, 45 minutes from the depot, but that's pretty well come to an end now. So it's back to the local stuff, and but mine, it all depends. It's all different. Look, I can't complain. This job, come February of next year, in fact, come Valentine's Day next year, I will have been with the company 10 years. And through that time, rain, hail, snow, sunshine, so to speak, COVID, we haven't really stopped. We've had a few days where it's just been too wet to do anything. But I'm in a pretty unique situation. Like the other day, where did I put it? No, I haven't put it on social media. I was down to. We've got one of our dozers on hire at a place down at the Port of Brisbane, where all they do is they bring in logs, they get chipped, and thanks, Paul, I appreciate it. And so this dozer's working, and all it does is push wood chip, and that's all it does. And this wood chip gets exported to places like Japan and China, apparently, to turn it into paper.
All
right. John Williamson, rip, strip, wood chip, turn it into paper. That's what this place does, and it's pretty impressive when you see this place. How can I do this? Okay, what I'll do, I will change a photo. Hang on. Bear with me. I'll give you an idea. Pictures. Rotate. It's probably not going to do it, is it? All right. Well, I'll try and sort this out, and then I'll come back and
yeah, no problem.
Might be easier. What I might do is just I'll put them on social media, and that'll just be the easiest way to go. Well, I'll put a few of them up on social media. It's a bit hard to. I've got a few photos that give you. This is highly technical and entertaining for anyone watching. Righto. So I'll share screen window there. When you're ready, G, you can bring that up. So I'll just this is making it worse. Anyway, this is the back of my truck, and obviously that's the company I work for, and this is one of our dozers, one of our older bulldozers, and as you can see behind us here, that's wood chip, and now that's wood chip piled up high, very high.
That's crazy.
Yeah. That's another dozer on top with like elephant ears added to the blade that it's got, and the idea is that I hate it when Facebook does that.
Does it help to pull it in?
Yeah, it just helps to push it. Now, wood chip itself is fairly light, so these dozers, even though they're working, it's not hard work. But this is taken from across the road. So in front of me, that you can't see at the moment, is a road. That's their offices. There's some palm trees, and then you can see the wood chip on top of that and the conveyor belt above that. Now, in about 2 weeks' time, approximately, they're having a ship come in, and when the ship comes in, they load about 30 to 40,000 ton of this stuff into a ship. So most of that, what you see now, will be gone. They're starting to run out of room. Well, don't forget, wood. This is pine wood chip, so therefore it's fairly light. And there's some plunker. He's got his hard hat on. He thinks he's some sort of king or royal prawn, or maybe he's just a plonker or just a damn fool.
Do you use the bulldozers at all, or do you just do the drive?
Oh yeah. No, well, if I have to move a machine, I'll get in and move a machine. So I do get to drive. I drive bulldozers and excavators and dump trucks and whatever, you name it. It's just I don't spend a lot of time in the seat pushing dirt or anything like that. If I have to, I will, but it's just something I don't do because my job is refueling, servicing, keeping the oils and things maintained and that sort of stuff. It's if you haven't done this before, then it can seem difficult. But once you spend a bit of time in the seat, you get the idea. And like a lot of these blokes that do this, I'll go back to this. That's probably the best photo. A lot of people who operate heavy machinery, most of them started out with no experience, and they gain experience on the job. This day and age, in mine sites and things like that, you'll be put through like a theory exam or some sort of simulator. But it wouldn't take much to pick up a skill and get going. A lot of people do it.
That's crazy, the amount of that. Well, when you said it, I expected it to be a lot, but that just kind of blew me away when I see it.
Yeah, well, even it even blows me away when I'm there. You know, it just, and this photo here definitely puts it in perspective for most people.
Yeah, definitely.
You can tell how tall that building is, or you can see the chain wire fence in front of it. So that's a standard chain wire fence, which is about 6 or 7 foot tall, whatever that is. The building, and then the palm trees, and then the wood chip above that. You know, so if you ever get the chance, go down to your local port and just have a look. Just have a look at some of the big machinery, and this is just one place. Like any port, whether it's Adelaide or Western Australia, obviously it's different with all the iron ore and stuff like that. Yeah, Sydney or this is Brisbane. You know, there's just so much going on there. It's not funny. They're a bit. There's a lot of signs up there now because they're so much more security conscious. Obviously, after particular event in a place that we all know, and there's big signs up and things like that. So you are being monitored. You know, obviously, if you're doing something stupid or silly, but the other day when I was down there, to the right of this, I'll tell you what, I'm going to keep sharing the screen, and I'm just going to go. Brisbane. We'll go images. We'll bring up a photo like that. You know, that's container handling. But just to the right, or just so to the right of that photo, there was a car carrier there unloading cars. You know, so and that's a pretty damn big ship. Let's see. Let's bring that up. Gee, I've got fast internet, haven't I? I just want to. All I want to do is look at the photo. Open image in new tab. That's what we want to do. There you go. And
That looks amazing.
Oh, that's probably a bit too far. That's So the Port of Brisbane has rail access, rail corridor. So there's coal loading that goes on there. It's just everything that a typical port can do. Where's that place? It's expanded over the years. This must be an old photo, I think. Oh, no. Okay. So we'll zoom in a bit. It's probably going to make it a bit blurry. So I don't know if you can see my cursor, but my cursor there is... I think that's the wood chip place there. That's the wood chip place there.
Just all that land mass, or the colour, just is all the wood chips. Yeah,
and so from where it is here, it then goes on the conveyors out to the ship, whatever ship is in port at the time, to the left, and gets loaded. So it's one of those things whenever you're involved in an industry or not involved in this industry and you go somewhere new, it's always not quite bamboozling, but it opens your eyes to go, oh my God, there's so much other stuff that you just don't see, or you don't think about, or you hear about it, and you can't really.
You don't sort of think about it too much.
Yeah.
Because you said that a lot of that turns into paper, right?
Apparently so, yeah.
So it's like paper is a product that we're around all the time. But then that's why I kind of like mindfulness, and I know it's like what the hell's going on, but yeah, just mindfulness is if you do want to get into mindfulness, it's like even this could be a form of mindfulness, like thinking about the paper, but you go backwards of how it gets to the product
Yeah, yeah,
and just how much work goes into it, you know.
yeah.
And when you showed us those pictures before, it blew the mind. But then when you show us the one, where it was like all the whole industrial area, then it just even more crazy when you zoom out
Mm.
and you actually see it from like a bird's eye view of how much there is.
Yeah, and to put it in even more perspective, the port of Brisbane
Yeah,
is really tiny. It's only a small area compared to some of the other ports around the world in terms of physical
yeah,
size. Like, all right, we'll give Singapore. What's that? Is it Singapore? POUR? Like Singapore port. Results Singapore. If you think that's mind-boggling, you just got to have a look at a place like Singapore. It's I really can't. Let's try that. Open image, new tab. There you go. I think the port of Singapore is even bigger than Brisbane in terms of how many containers they ship in and out. Singapore is a pretty impressive place by itself, you know.
you can tell how big it is when you see how small the boats look.
Yeah, yeah. One of the, you can on Instagram. There's a page or a profile I follow there called Tug Life or Sea Life or something like that, and they
Yeah,
show you a lot of the stuff that goes wrong. Ships in real heavy seas and containers just going overboard, or
yeah.
ships having collisions, and when things go wrong, these big cranes that you see here that lift the containers off the ships, they can go wrong. They topple over, and oh yeah, it's just crazy. But the shipping industry is incredible.
When everyone feels like they're a huge part of this planet, or when you see stuff like this, it's just
Yeah,
like you were so small in comparison of just how what it takes for this planet to function, and just
yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
us to have stuff like paper or whatever, you know.
Well, oh god, that's a bloody small photo. I'll see if I can find another one. I thought that was. Hang on. Open image, new tab. That's a big. Why is it looking so small then? There we go.
Oh
Just have
man,
a look at that.
those containers.
Yeah, just and they've got all our electronics and other things on board that we buy from Amazon. So what do you got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ropes at the front of the ship holding it to the port, and there's probably another 60 on the back, and you've got an array of container cranes there ready to take all those containers either on or off, and they're stacked. Now, most of those containers that you're seeing there in that photo, there we go.
It's like Rubik's cubes.
Oh yeah, or Lego bricks. Most of those
Yeah,
will be a standard 20-foot container or TEU.
yeah,
There's a guy on YouTube called He's an American guy, and he has this channel called What's Going On in Shipping, and he talks about
Okay.
all the various things that's going on in shipping, And I've watched him for a bit now. He puts a episode out, I think, about twice a week or something like that. And it's one of those things, you start listening and you realize that the amount of stuff that goes on in in the shipping industry is just crazy. All these unions, all these laws, and it's just mind-boggling, and you wonder how it all works, but it does. And one of the things he has talked about is the people who man the ships, like mariners, the seafaring mariners, as they're called. On one of these big ships, there's probably a total of about 15 crew in total. That's about it. In some of these other ships, there's only like half a dozen on there. And they get paid. They virtually get paid peanuts, and that's why you see a lot of Indian or Filipino or something. It's the pay on these ships is bloody terrible. I don't know how they survive. I really don't. But
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's just it, and you got to, and this is where we come back to YouTube as a platform. Anything you're interested in, you can find it on YouTube. A bit like I don't know if you ever recall, there was they either had a TV show about it or a book about it, and it was something like, I think the title was "Everything I Learned in Life, I Learned It Off Star Trek" or something like that. William Shatner's Star Trek. But now it's like anything we want to do, we go and look at YouTube because there's somebody's already done it or doing it. There's people converting old cars to electric vehicles and there's YouTube. There's people like yourself on YouTube painting miniature figures. There's things to do with my hobby, road steam and steam locomotives and all that sort of stuff. There's anything and everything on YouTube to go and watch and learn about. The number of people who do welding, the number of welding channels on YouTube is phenomenal. People doing, like, you might do a review of, say your food reviews. Well, there's people out there doing reviews of welders. They get this welder and they go and they set it up and they show you what you can. And we're going to weld this, and it welds really, really well. And I'm using this, and it's mind-boggling. You talk about sensory overload, and you think that, oh no, we can't. We've just got too much. You got to draw the line somewhere and go, okay, I just can't watch anymore. Or if I keep watching, I'm not going to get anything done. So, but yeah, look, I think YouTube is a good platform. It provides entertainment for us. It costs us virtually nothing. I mean, we can view it on just about any device you can ever think of, and you find all sorts of interesting things. But some of these container ships.
What's blowing my mind is, see the dude in the yellow jacket.
Where is he?
So he's on the platform that is just above the boat. So if you follow the E on the boat, if you follow the word on the E on the boat, just if you follow that up, you'll see a guy in a yellow jacket.
Oh yeah,
standing there near a container.
Yes.
Just how tiny he looks.
Yeah.
It's just as you were talking, I'm just like, oh god, like it makes us feel small.
Yeah, that's really putting. See, there you go. That's really putting things in perspective. I think there's two guys there. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's two guys there. Yeah. yeah, you know, but
It's crazy.
like I say, if you're down, you know, how far away is the ocean from you, or the port of Adelaide from you?
Um, maybe half an hour. It's not that far. Port
Yeah,
Adelaide is probably closer to me than the main city, just because less traffic to get to the Port Adelaide. Then when you start getting into the main city, you know it's like very busy and just slows down the hell down.
I put in Port Adelaide because it comes up with a football club, of course.
Of course it does.
Port of Adelaide. There you go. Here we go. So I'd say, is that what it looks like?
Well, I can't say I've seen it from this point of view, but so yeah, it looks actually really lovely from this angle. You know,
Yeah.
it's quite
Of course,
industrial and stuff when you're down there. You know, it's very
yeah.
grey and all that sort of stuff. So, you know, when you can see the land mass and you can see all the ocean and stuff, it looks really nice actually.
Yeah, you got some cruise ships. Even the cruise ships, you know, what we can jam 3,000 people on a cruise ship easy. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes if you go to that sort of area, you can see those big cruise ships. Obviously, if they're sort of coming and going,
But
depending on
it's
what's going on.
it's just one of those things. If you get the chance, go and I'll stop sharing my screen now. We can put our lovely faces back on. There we go. Hey, we're back. Yeah. Definitely, if you get a chance, go down, have a look at some of the big container ships, especially the biggest ocean-going container ship is the Maersk line. Have you seen those? It's something phenomenal. It's like 30,000 containers on one ship.
Yeah, that's crazy. Sometimes when I've gone to the beach, if you kind of don't go down the main streets and you kind of go up a little bit off track, then you do get into the industrial areas and they have all the cargo ships or just containers and just like it's just yeah, it's and like we're discussing, people were just busy doing what they have to do, and you know we're just driving around, just having a bit of a look at it, and it's always interesting to look at. But you know, there's people that are loading them and getting them ready to go to wherever it needs to go. It's kind of reminds me, I guess, a little bit like a little kid. You know, when you play on like you have like the mat that lays out, and you have all your little trucks and cars and stuff. It's like you know, it's probably part where you know, if you use them as a kid, where that interest comes from of just
Yeah.
heavy vehicles and just so when you see it from that point of view, you just zoom out and you see it, you see how small it looks, but that's just every piece to the puzzle. It's just very interesting to see. Yeah, it always looks quite grey or quite just dead. But when you zoom out and you see the ocean, you see the land mass, you see the trees, the green, the blues, and it's quite nice to look at actually. I guess me being into art as well, I've always liked landscapes, and you know, like you pan out and see landscapes, and you just see all the different colours going on.
Yeah, yeah. It's
I've got plenty of paint around here, so it's like you know, I've probably got really a paint for every colour, but I've got you know like 10, 20 reds and 20 greens and stuff. So
no,
you're going to
I
have
know.
one for every little.
Yeah, I know
Every little
exactly what you're
change.
talking about because my wife does machine embroidery, and
Yeah.
we have at least she has a range of embroidery threads, and we've got in some cases at least 6, if not more, colours of reds, greens, blues, teals, yellows.
Yeah.
You know, there's orange, sunburnt orange, and a myriad of colours.
Yeah, like one, I guess there's a couple of paints here. Like one's a really bright yellow, if the
Yep.
camera wants, and then one's like a very industrial one. And I could like mix the colours to get those colours, but I mean,
Mhm.
as well when you're painting, you don't want to mix. I do have a wet palette which keeps it hydrated for a while, but you don't want to mix a colour and then come back to it and it'd be a little bit off. So it's nice to have just all the different variations in a pot that are ready to go.
Mm.
You know, you might think, oh, why do you need 20 different greens? But it's like, it's not nice just to, and I do still mix colors sometimes, but it's nice just to have, if you want, you know, a forest green. But even forest green, I've got like about, you know, 4 different types. So I've got a
Well,
lighter one going to a darker. So
yeah.
when I want to build up colors, I can go from quite a dark and then build up to like a lighter one. But
Mm.
yeah, it's just,
You're channeling your inner Bob Ross. You just need the big
yeah,
head.
definitely. And I do like painting similar to Bob Ross. I'm not nowhere near as good as him, but I mean, I do love his way of teaching as well. How he says, you know, like a happy accident, like, and when he paints and does trees and stuff, he says, "Oh, you can do what you want. You know, I'm just trying to do his own version. I'll put in a little tree here and a little whatever here, and lovely little cloud here, and oh, looks like I need another cloud here, and but you do what you feel. You know, I
Yeah.
love that way of teaching. It's like, you know, if you don't want it, or if you want it, or if you want to add a few more, go ahead and just that vibe is very good. But yeah, I
Mm.
love just watching him and how, and when every time he flicks the paintbrush with the water, just see how amused he is every time. He's like flicks and smashes it, like gets the water off it. Yeah, I haven't watched him for a while, funny enough. So I guess that's the kind of been a little bit of the conversation through most of our, you know, tonight. There's never enough time for everything you love, and you just got
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
just phone in. And because I know you like that spaced out media, and I see them pop up like the notifications, and I'm like, I want to watch that, or I wish I had like. Normally, it's when I'm out and about doing other stuff,
Mm.
so I can't just click it and watch it.
Mm.
But you know, I'm always like, oh, I'll get round to it, and just
Yeah.
never do.
I've been watching him for a while now, Spaced Out Radio, and
Oh, radio, yeah,
I'm actually getting very selective of which ones I watch.
yeah,
When and it also has to do with work too. And they're in daylight saving now, so I think they start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, whereas they used to start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, our time or my
yeah,
time.
yeah,
You know, which is 9 p.m. their time, Pacific time or whatever they're on. And so when he has some regular guests and they provide good content, but I just don't gel with some of those. Like the guy that he brings on for ghost adventures or ghost things, I just don't gel with him.
yeah.
So I tend to find other stuff if I've got the time to watch or listen to.
Just take the time to watch or listen to the ones that you enjoy listening to.
Yeah. So of course the UFO stuff that I get my teeth into that, and
Yeah,
but it all depends on what you want to do, and there's a lot of other people doing the same sort of content out there as well, and
yeah,
and even the people who are really into UFOs are now saying that there's so many more podcasts out there talking about UFOs. It's absolutely you can't keep up. At one stage, you used to be able to. There was only, say, a handful of people talking about UFOs, but now there's like 10 handfuls of people talking about UFOs. It's absolutely crazy.
yeah, definitely. The main ones I watched was because and funny enough, I haven't even listened to Swamp Dweller for a while, and I guess because I've had just I've been getting into films or series a little bit more. We've had, like Ahsoka, and now I'm watching Walking Dead because I sort of fell off before it finished. But yeah, Swamp Dweller, I love him, and I did listen to the ones on Spaced Out Radio of him on there. I did listen to a few about cryptids and vampires and stuff, and like you were saying, I sort of watched it, but one of the female presenters was there was nothing wrong with her, but I just didn't, for whatever, mesh with her. Maybe she just came, I don't know, just came across a certain way. She had a lot of knowledge, but just kind of, I guess, a mixture of the way her body language, her voice, and just a few other stuff. It was, I don't know, she was maybe a little bit too. I mean, we have a laugh, and here we go from serious to having a laugh quite quickly, but she just seemed a little bit too jolly for me. And
Yeah,
it's just like and you got to have a good time when you're doing stuff, but yeah, she was just a little bit, too sort of. I guess I don't want to be mean to say anything mean about her.
yeah,
She seemed like a lovely person, but just a little bit too like, oh yeah, this is, like I'm having a really great time here, and I'm just like, okay, like the person she was speaking to, though, had a lot of knowledge and was interesting, but yeah, it's definitely like that when it's quite a broad, you've got quite a few presenters or guests and
mm,
stuff. You want to be a bit selective of what you're going to play because, but yeah, I mean, the stuff I got into, listened to, I really liked listening to Swamp Dweller. I mean, I've listened to him anyway, but I loved the guy that was interviewing him. He had a really good vibe, and he you can tell he was a fan of Swamp Dweller, but you can tell he's researched a lot himself. That has a lot of
mm,
knowledge himself. So, and I guess these days I've loved my aliens and UFOs. I was kind of hate to use those terms, but if I start using any too crazy of terms, anyone that's listening or watching will be like, "What the hell is he on about?" Like you have to say aliens, and people go, "Ah, that's what he's on about."
yeah,
But yeah, it's kind of very much into more cryptids as for the last say 4 years. It probably was for me finding me coming across channels like Swamp Dweller. They call it like creepy pasta, those sort of channels, where
mm,
they're talking about like horror or cryptid type stuff. But yeah, no, I mean, I've always been fascinated in the old Bigfoot and stuff like that. But just, yeah, I mean, I guess you can call them aliens really anyway. They're not,
yeah.
they're in that sort of category where they're,
Hmm.
you know,
Well, people
but it's,
people have reported uh, seeing Bigfoots go in or out of UFOs. So, and um, when you look at Star Wars, Chewbacca is based on Bigfoot.
yeah, no, Star Wars has. I mean, when you delve into the alien side of stuff, uh, they have. I mean, people claim there's like felines and crustacean type beings out there, and Star Wars has it all really. Mike's having a bit of an issue. I think the naked aliens will get to him. Did you? I reckon his headset cut out.
Hang on.
Oh, he could have loved technology. Probably has to, if he's changing headset,
Yeah. No, though.
lining
What was?
like,
Can you hear me all right?
yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah,
Yeah.
sounds good.
Yeah. Though these were just getting a bit hard on the ears, even though they're soft. It was
Yeah,
just,
yeah.
So I thought I'd change over to the AirPods, and
Yeah,
so
no,
I just
that's
missed whatever you're talking about.
Oh, that's all right. Just wasn't nothing interesting. I was just calling everyone plonkers. No, just I was saying that sort of Star Wars and those even other shows they've got it all like from because if you look into it, there's felines, crustaceans, there's reptilian, there's insectoids and stuff, and Star Wars and other sci-fi has it all. It's almost like some of those people, like George Lucas or whoever you want to say. It's almost like they have a little bit of inside knowledge.
Yeah,
Like I
well,
guess when you get when you get power and influence, you do have access to more information than just because
from
I know just looking a little bit into Scientology, and if you pay, and I guess Freemasonry and other stuff, religions or cults or gentlemen's clubs or whatever you want to call them, as you go up in levels, you get more information and you get access to more knowledge. So who
yeah,
knows
well,
what?
you
I'm
know,
sure
when you
George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, they're probably bloody aliens.
yeah, well,
It's probably,
especially Steven Spielberg. You know, he hasn't really given any interviews, or I don't think very rarely. But his knowledge on the UFO subject is incredible from what I've heard. You know, and the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind. You know, there's a lot of tidbits in there. I think, and even I was watching Theories of Everything. That's a guy called Kurt Jaimungal. He's a physicist, and he was talking to a guy called Jesse Michaels, and he's really been diving into the UFO subject, and he talked about it's something I should look up. He talked about there's a scene in Close Encounters where there's some crates in the background, and one has got TRW and the other one is another aerospace company. And these two aerospace companies, because I was actually watching these guys talk about anti-gravity, and these two aerospace companies had been looking into anti-gravity, and these were these were featured. I should look it up.
I guess one word for them is like Easter eggs, where like the producer or whoever like puts in these little pieces and sometimes the more you watch certain media, you'll see like, you'll go back the next time and you'll notice other stuff because you might not be paying attention to the characters as much or the dialogue. And it's almost like there's always a little bit more for the people that get really into the movies or whatever it may be.
And there's Easter eggs in movies is nothing new. That's been done for a long time, and a lot of people do that sort of thing, or they'll pay homage to a particular movie or TV series that they were involved with or liked as a kid or something like that. That's been talked about.
I'm no doubt I've asked you before, but have you seen the movie Paul with Simon Pegg and Nick Frost?
Yep.
Because that's just full of pop culture references and just full of, how like Paul says, I was the one that gave Steven Spielberg, like his idea for E.T.
Yeah.
And it even kind of has a little bit on it. It's like, oh, maybe his finger could start glowing. And it's like, because Paul's one doesn't. And the Reese's Pieces, Reese's Pieces, yes.
Yeah, well,
I love that as well because I'm into the topic, but also how they go to Comic-Con, but also they go to like Roswell and stuff like that in the film. It's just That'd be awesome
Well,
to do what they did, like that little trip.
yeah. That actor Alan Tudyk, who was he's been in Firefly, and he was the robot in Rogue One.
Yeah.
He was doing a series called Con Man, where he would actually go. He'd go to these science fiction conventions, and
That's awesome.
and some of the other shows that I've watched, they put these one-liners in. What do you think we're on some sort of Star Trek or something like that? Referring to Star Trek. Just yeah. So it's good when they do that, and there really is a lot of Easter eggs in television shows. I know Star Trek, some of the Star Trek series, where you see the plaque. They're on the bridge of the ship, and they've got the plaque. It says USS Enterprise or whatever, and all the names in the plaque are usually names of the crew. The camera crew and various other details. So there's a lot of and a lot of filmmakers do that, and it's good to see that sort of thing happen.
And I know that Marvel and Star Wars are huge into just having like little bits in the background or characters or whatever laying around. But yeah, it's definitely interesting when you watch stuff a few times and you just pick up these little bits and pieces.
Mm. Or even just going back and watching a movie, over and over again, you pick up things that you didn't see the first time.
And it's like I'm rewatching The Walking Dead. Just some of the new series kind of interest me, but I didn't want to just put on new stuff and not having a clue what's going on. But I have
Yeah.
watched some of the season I'm watching, and it definitely refreshes your mind rewatching stuff. Like you kind of know what's going on, but you kind of have your own like interpretation a little bit of it. Like just seeing it again, a certain character might have a certain different way of like older or younger than I sort of remember, and just stuff's going to happen. But it's just it's definitely refreshes your mind if you watch stuff and then you don't watch it for a few years. You kind of like have a different you sort of have a different reaction to it because you kind of know what's going to happen, but you can just spend time to digest different information. So
Yeah. Well, speaking of some of these series, I haven't got into them like Game of Thrones. You know how everyone was into Game of Thrones.
yeah,
I haven't watched one second of it. Walking Dead, I haven't watched that. That sort of thing.
I've only watched Game of Thrones like if someone else is like watching it, and like I've came into a room or gone to a friend's house, they're watching maybe, but not enough to. And I don't know. I mean, I do like fantasy stuff, dragons, but I don't know. Just I guess I'm more into sort of naked aliens than naked dragons. I guess.
The old naked aliens.
Like
Yeah.
I guess when it comes to fantasy, I didn't mind Lord of the Rings, Willow. I enjoyed Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Yeah. See, I haven't even got into Lord of the Rings either. I don't know. I suppose as far as I've gone is Harry Potter. But yeah, I don't know. I'm more action thriller or sci-fi.
Like Fast and Furious.
No, the wife's right into that. She's watched all the Fast and Furious, but to me, all the Fast and Furious is almost the same as it was before. You know, maybe
Yeah,
maybe
like I like.
maybe some more gear changes. You know, and
Yeah,
some foot pedal action and some drifting and car races. And look, don't get me wrong, it's created a lot of money and people watch it. And I've watched some of them, but I haven't watched all of them. But yeah,
yeah, I'd rather watch Vin Diesel and other stuff like Riddick, Pitch Black or whatever. That was awesome. Riddick
mm,
not as much, but Pitch Black, and he was in. I don't know if it was him, but Ghost of Mars. I know that had Ice Cube in it. That was a pretty crazy sci-fi film.
mm. Well, when you watch the original ones like Total Recall with Arnie in it, you know, that's just fantastic. And yeah, I do like the sci-fi, Star Trek, Star Wars. I'm not, you know, Stargate, SG-1, Stargate Universe. I haven't watched Stargate Atlantis yet. I've watched some episodes, but
It was Jason Statham that's in that.
yeah, right.
Ghost of Mars.
Mars.
That's a that has a little bit of a similar vibe to like Pitch Black and that sort of stuff. And I guess when it comes to sci-fi, they all have themes that sort of cross over with each
Mm.
other a little bit. They're like familiar in ways, but have their own take on it.
Have you watched Galaxy Quest?
Not forever. I reckon we spoke about that ages ago, and I was meant to watch it,
Mm.
but I haven't found it.
Yeah,
Haven't came across like haven't found where to watch it yet.
yeah.
I
Oh,
guess I guess I could probably buy it, but who buys
um,
DVDs or whatever these
try
days?
try Tubi. Isn't Tubi
Uh, a
I
little bit,
don't
yeah, for older stuff. Or
yeah, maybe.
Sigourney Weaver looks quite nice with blonde hair, though.
But you know, it was the a bit like Spaceballs. It was a spin-off of the various, you know.
I need to look for it.
Yeah, I definitely rewatch it again. It's, you know, Tim Allen he plays perfect role, I think.
And
And
Alan Rickman is like great in
yeah,
most. And I
yeah,
mean, Sigourney
yeah,
Weaver. I love Aliens, so
yeah.
Sigourney Weaver is. I loved her that she was in. She was the bad, the bad woman in Paul, the movie.
Mm.
She,
And it's
they even
even
used
got
that. They even said, "Get away from her, you bitch."
mm. Um, do you remember that guy, the actor that played that in that TV show called Monk? He was a police detective or
Yeah,
something like that. He was a bit. He's even in Galaxy Quest, you know, and Justin Long when he was a teenager, you know, he's in there.
Justin Long has been in some incredible stuff.
Yeah.
Just-
Well, of course, we first. Well, look, I first really saw him in when he did those ads for Apple, you know, where he came on and said, "Hi, I'm a Mac," and the other guy, yeah, "Hi, I'm a PC," you know, and they, you know, and the way it was really good the way they did it. I wish they would have done more commercials, you know, more along those lines, but they stopped doing them after a while. And
one funny character he played was in Zack and Miri Make a Porno, and he was like a gay guy, but like very flamboyant. It was so good. And he was just very like R-rated. The stuff he was saying about cocks and different things, and just it was he'd done it so well though. It's like a character that was you never expect him to do, and he just pulled it off. And just he was like he made pornos like porn films, so he just the way he'd done it, and he did the hand actions and different stuff.
it's a bit like, have you seen Martin Short in Father of the Bride, where he plays that wedding organizer, like he's French or something like that. He calls himself Franck. He's got this really
Yeah.
heavy accent. I mean, that was just hilarious, you know.
Oh, and the bloody Rob Schneider can do some characters really well. You know, Rob Schneider from like Adam Sandler films. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think he did like a Chinese person once. I think he was like a person that does weddings and stuff, and just they put on big glasses so his eyes look very different, and just a few little details, and obviously the accent and the body language, and you're just totally a different person.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
of the naked alien just wiped us, wiped our memory.
I was just going to say, what's our next subject?
Oh, right. Yeah. Let's let the few people that are still watching. What do you want us to talk about? This will be
How many are
interesting.
watching?
It says 6 people.
Oh.
So I'm sure there'll be a couple of lurkers. You know,
Let,
someone
let
that
us
I've
know.
annoyed,
Let us know who's in the chat and what you've been up to today.
or or if it's too full on, don't tell us what you've been up to. And I'm sure there's a few people that that are watching that probably been up to some disturbing stuff.
Have to get a full report from young Benji and see if he's been doing any trolling.
Yeah, that's it. I'm sure he'll pop up and tell us at some stage, which is always amusing.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Boy. As usual, I'm still here watching GM. The Aussie. What is? What's Cody? The Aussie Astor fanboy. What's that all about?
Cody, the Aussie Alistair fan, Brony. So a brony is when you're. Well, I don't want to get it wrong, but I have seen, funny enough, a documentary about it, which I kind of enjoyed, even though I don't partake in the content. But it's My Little Pony, and My
Oh
Little
yeah.
Pony has a lot of like animations. So I guess through the years they've had, from what I know, different styles of animation with the same characters.
Yeah.
And a brony is when you're like a guy, but you're into My Little Pony. So I guess
All right.
brony being like a
Yeah. Right.
bro
I'm with.
like bit,
I'm
and
with
they
it.
go
Yeah.
to that. I guess it's like a lot of pop culture where they have like comic cons or their own conventions that are dedicated to that media, and and obviously Cody, and then the Aussie is quite straightforward, and Alistair is, from what I know, one of the characters. I don't know if it's from My Little Pony or if it's from a different type of media, but I do know
Mm.
he has a channel. Can't remember the exact name, but it was, I believe, Rainbow Dash, which is a character from My Little Pony. I reckon he's got another channel that is a similar sort of title, but a little bit different. But yeah, Cody
Yeah.
does
Well.
a lot of he does some stuff like Funkin' Hungry, but he does also the reactions to other YouTube stuff. Like,
Mm, mm.
I don't know if you remember ever coming across Angry Grandpa on YouTube. It was like some old redneck sort of dude who would just go off. I have seen Cody has done respond like reaction videos where he'll watch and react to it.
Yeah. Well. I've been to a few Comic
Uh,
Cons or Supernovas. We up here we have both. However, for whatever reason, Comic Con up here in Brisbane isn't very well patronated compared to Supernova. But part of the problem is, especially when they hold them in Brisbane, Supernova and Comic Con are so close together that people tend to gravitate towards Supernova because they have more guests or bigger name guests than what Comic Con does. And that's your pupper dog, eh? Behind you.
Yeah, I'll probably go and let him out in a second because he's crying and all that stuff. But it looks like Alistair is a demon. I have seen Cody wear this sort of merch, but it's like this character.
Yeah. I was just going to say at Supernova, I've seen guys dress up as Sailor Moon.
Yeah, that's another. Like, I know of it, I have seen a little bit of it, and I respect people that are into it, but I guess it's not my cup of tea. But I mean, it's always nice to see ladies dressing up in those outfits, we'll say.
Mm.
I'm just going to let the dog out, but I can still hear on my headset. I'll be
All right.
back in a couple.
Oh, go away, Bug. You've got me in the big chair. All by myself out here in space, floating in a tin can. I won't sing. I don't think I can sing. I can't sing. I know I can't sing. But, so what else do you do, guys? You know my backstory. I drive around in a truck all day and try and do as little as possible. In fact, it's funny. Some of the guys at work, I see them, they spend more time trying to get out of work than what the actual job takes to do. It's crazy. It's one of those things that it's amazing to watch. It's just crazy. But one thing I'll have to talk about when G comes back is what's been happening in the UFO world. There's a bit been going on, actually. Unless he wants to wrap it up. Might have to wrap it up. It's 10:30 here. It's probably, it'll be 11 o'clock for him. So, I'll sit here and stare at the screen and say nothing and raise my eyebrows and turn to the left or turn to the right, do something silly. Or we could talk about nothing, or we could just sit here in silence and do some meditation. Oh, no, that's right. I'm not in charge. If I had access to StreamYard, like I used to on that other channel that I was on, I could put a bit of background music on, which wouldn't be copyright music. It'd just, because StreamYard has that tool, you can put some background music in the back. And, that'd be a little bit of entertainment while we do a bit of searching online, doing crazy. Everyone's still here. This character I had as my profile image before this one. Cody, is that pretty big worldwide, or is it more a thing in Japan or Asia or something like that? Oh, I suppose My Little Pony is pretty big in America. Hey, G the Master is back.
I was having a nice little listen as the dog, I believe, went outside and didn't do anything. Came back in, trying to walk outside just so I can come back in.
They do that.
Yeah.
Did you like my rambling?
I did. It was quite good. I like the idea of stare at the screen and sounded like some dude that does TikTok that we used to speak to. Just for some reason get shits and giggles by just grunting and staring at the screen.
Speaking of which, he's back on TikTok, isn't he?
Yeah, because funny enough, I knew someone added me when I did used to go and watch the TikTok. Some woman added me, so I added her back, and she was a part of a group live stream on there. And I was going on there and I heard his name get mentioned, and I guess I don't know, I just knew. I got that intuition, like, oh, that's him. Went and checked it out, and I remember seeing the face change when I said, "Oh, hi, how you going, guys?" And it went from shits and giggles and smiles to staring at especially when they said, "Oh, hey, G." See you see the color go out of his face. So that was kind of interesting.
Is
But yeah, what
he?
you were saying about bronies, from what I know, it's mainly big in America. I reckon it is big in like Korea or Japan or something as well. But yeah,
mm,
I know it's big in America.
is
I'm
he?
pretty sure because
Is he? Is he
yeah,
still?
go.
Is he still the vlogger? Still the same name, or has he changed his name on? Because I'm not on
Uh,
TikTok. I just
yeah, he blocked me on there. I
yeah.
reckon he blocked me because he knew he was going to start doing live again, so he didn't want me to get notifications or whatever.
Mm.
Um, which is fair enough. I did, but yeah, it, I did notice the person who hosted it, not the female who had me on TikTok. The host, he ended up blocking me after the stream as well because
Yeah.
it disappeared, and out of curiosity, I um, tried to find that person again and they were gone. So yeah, no doubt they got told, "Oh, this person's mean to me. Please get block him." And he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But yeah, before we do wrap it up, I heard you say that, but I heard a little bit of juicy gossip, so I'd love to hear a little bit about
oh,
that before we head off.
bit of juicy gossip, a bit of
If you the
yeah.
UFOs.
Yeah. There's a fair bit going on in the UFO world, especially uh, of course in America, where there's people who are trying to bring bring the subject further out into the public. It's still pretty well being ignored by the mainstream media, and however, there's a news organization in America called News Nation, and they have been running with it like you wouldn't believe, and they quite regularly discuss it. And because they're not a real mainstream news channel, I'm sure they have a big viewership in America. You can watch them online.
Yeah.
It's called News Nation. You can find them on YouTube and search for them on the internet. They quite often will have a 5 or 6 minute talk or debate between two of the anchors about the UFO subject. Hang on. Sorry.
What did you say it was called?
News Nation.
Okay.
And they're quite regularly talking about the UFO topic, especially Ross Coulthard from Australia, the investigative journalist here in Australia. He's appeared on there. He interviewed, he did the television interview for the whistleblower David Grush, who's a former intelligence officer that has come out and said, I was researching this subject. This is my role, and so on and so forth. And there's various senators in the US who are trying to push the issue to find out more information. Thank you, Paul. And there's two guys. George Knapp, he's also an investigative journalist, but he's out of Las Vegas at a TV station called KLAS or 8 News Now in Las Vegas. And he's been on this subject. He's been talking about it for the last 36 plus years. And more recently, a documentary filmmaker called Jeremy Corbell has made various movies on the subject, as have many others. But George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell do a podcast called Weaponized, and that's the name. It's on YouTube. I'd highly recommend people go and have a look because they really bring out some really good content. Their last interview was with a gentleman called Dr. Jim Lakatsky. He was his background is rocket scientist or something along those lines, and he actually stated that well, he's written a book with these two about the ALSAT program, Advanced Application Weapons System program, or something like that, and where they trying to be researching. However, this Dr. Lakatsky came out and said that the US government is in possession of a UFO which has no control surfaces, no obvious forms of propulsion, and he also stated that they have now gained entry to the inside of this UFO. So, although publicly the White House or others would turn around and say, no, we don't know anything about UFOs, or you need to go and talk to this department or something like that. The UFO subject is something that has been looked into for a long time, and for a while there was, and it's still talked about, stories of crash retrieval program where that UFOs have crashed here on Earth, and the Americans have gone and got them. Now, the case in Varginha, Brazil, is a really good one. James Fox, director, he's done some really good films about UFOs, and he made this one documentary film about the Varginha case, and it's really good. It took him 12 years to make this particular film, and
All right.
if you watch that, I would doubt that you would come away without believing that, yes, a UFO did crash because they found the witness who saw it happen, and then the military turned up very quickly, and then of course the Americans got involved and took the UFO back to North America. You could probably, I think it was free for a while there. Moment of Contact, it was called. Really good documentary film. Let's see if we can find the full version. Try YouTube. But just let's see. Contact.
It looks like it's on that Tubi.
Yeah.
Yeah, it comes up when I listed videos. It came up. It's got like 1 hour 47, 45 Tubi, 25th of the May 23. So.
Yep. If you can watch it on there and it's free, go for it.
Looks like I can. It just says register, sign in, and then you can
contact. Yeah.
Play it.
Yeah. It's a really good one. It's really well done. Got to give him all credit.
It looks like they got some good stuff on here. They got Accidental Truth. They got Bob Lazar, Area 51, Flying Saucers, and The Hollow Earth. So
yeah, Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers. That's the one done by Jeremy Corbell. That's the story.
Looks like quite a lot, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might have to. I do have it on my Xbox, that app, but yeah, it looks like that's good for what we're interested in.
That
might be.
Oh yeah. Free movies.
It says you may also like, and there's just a huge list of different stuff.
Stream anywhere, so Roku, Amazon, Samsung, Sony, PS4, iOS. Yeah. There it is.
Yeah, because there's a free service as well, and that would be good to go through and see what they got.
Yeah, I would. Oh, hang on, sorry. I would highly recommend you watching Moment of Contact. It's really well done.
Yeah.
When it first came out, I brought it on Apple TV mainly because it had the extras on there, and the extras really made it. The Bob Lazar one, that's pretty good. That's about the guy who said he went up and worked at this place called S4, which is part of Area 51, which is part of the Nellis Air Force Test and Range facility. A lot of people believe Bob Lazar, but on the same hand, a lot of people don't believe him too because of his background. His educational background is very hard to verify.
Yeah.
However, in saying that, some of the stuff that has come out in recent times is what he was talking about 30 years ago. And he's now he's working with a production company to recreate, and they're using excuse me they're using 3D modeling to do that. So that'll be interesting to see. But yeah, I highly recommend Moment of Contact. The funny thing is, because I don't follow this. I suppose I do. I follow this subject pretty close. So I watch a fair bit of YouTube. That's where my information comes from. Some people read books. I watch YouTube. I heard one UFO researcher, and I've got to give him credit because he's done a lot of work. Hang on. Sorry. The guy his name is David Marler. He's in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And he really does a lot of good research. He's done tremendous amount of research into triangular UFOs. You can find his lectures online. I think he does a regular radio show in his home state or hometown, and he's also got a wealth of not just knowledge but collections of UFO collections. You know how some people will used to cut out clippings from newspapers about, say, murders or something like this. Well, over the years, this guy has collected, with the help of other people, clippings, newspaper recordings, just anything related to the UFO subject. And
that's awesome.
He had a big room out the back of his house, and he opened up his research room for people to come and look at old cases and things like that. Recently he's managed to save a lot of, for instance, people who would save these clippings on the UFO reports. You know, it's Uncle Bob or someone's father who that was his thing. And in a lot of the cases, when that person passed away, the family goes, "Oh, nobody wants this stuff," and it gets all thrown in the tip. And there's a lot of stuff that's been lost, but they've managed to procure a lot of collections. And now they've actually set up a proper research centre in this stuff, and they're slowly but surely going through all this stuff. Like they've got tens of thousands of pages and reel-to-reel tapes and stuff on recorded tapes and all sorts of media, and they're slowly digitizing that. And when you look at it in that situation and the amount of information that's been recorded about UFOs over time, there's no doubt in my mind that we're dealing with something here that's obviously not of this earth, you know. And so there's you know, and that's just a one or two people, a few people I've mentioned. There's obviously a lot of other people out there who are into this subject. A great podcast to watch. I only managed to catch him live the other day. He's a guy here in Australia called Encounters Down Under. I watched that particular one, and that was really good. He had another guest on, and they talked about UFOs, but then they started talking about the various things. There's like a Stonehenge down in northern New South Wales, and that if you draw a line that's or if you take the statues that are facing out towards the ocean at Easter Island, it lines up exactly with this place in New South Wales. There's stuff like that.
Yeah, when it comes to stuff like that, it makes you question stuff, because a lot of stuff you need to be airborne to see how it's symmetrical or lines up with different things. And, you know, like the pyramids and stuff like that, they claim we didn't have that technology around then, but when you see it from above, how precise it is.
Yeah, well, that's what Graham Hancock talks about, you know, especially in the summer solstices and the winter solstices and various places that line up astronomically. It's like, hang on a minute, how did they do this, you know? Or why was it there? And especially the discovery of places like Göbekli Tepe and the Nazca lines, and there's other places around that they're discovering now. Absolutely just mind-blowing how much has been lost.
You know, like the Egyptians and the Mayans, and just
Yep.
Even when it comes to new architecture, it's how you go and like some stuff looks like a swash sticker and stuff like that, but you can only see it from, like, you know, above, and there's different, all sorts of stuff when it comes to buildings and just how symmetrical and how they are. But
so look, there is a fair bit going on in the UFO world, and probably more stuff going on behind the scenes. You know, and there's whistleblower in America that they've brought in whistleblower legislation. So if you have or you are working in a UFO program, you can come out and talk about the program to a various department without any fear of retribution. But of course, in saying that and doing that are two totally different things. But the UFO subject, I just find it fascinating. Maybe because as I'm getting older, I'm now opening up to more and more possibilities, especially with the connection that, you know, some of the ancient technologies, you know, talking of architecture,
Mm.
to do with not just the pyramids but other things in terms of the accuracy. How did they how did they move these stones, from the quarries to where they are? How did they get them aligned so perfectly? If they weren't using some sort of technology that we don't have or are unaware of.
What was it, like a chisel or a hammer and a bit of elbow grease? What's this? That's
Yeah.
that's when you start realizing that we just bullshitted to you that much.
Yeah.
When you look at a lot of history and what we're told, and they just expect people to say, "Oh, yeah, okay, that's all good."
Yeah.
But,
Well. Look how long. How whether it's by design or it's just a narrative that was excuse me, carried for a long time, like growing, in, I don't know whether it was in your schools at the time, but of course, as in primary school, it was Captain Cook that discovered Australia, and we know now that actually wasn't the case. The Dutch, and the Dutch were the ones that seemed to, in terms of white people, but of course the Aborigines were here for a long time.
yeah.
You know.
And that's why I always find looking into like Native American and Native Australian, like Aboriginals and stuff, like very interesting because they've been around longer. They know the land more and what is on the land or comes to the land, or they have all the different cultures from back in the day have their variations of what aliens and just different
Yeah.
stuff is.
Yeah.
And
But
I mean, they have
but
Bigfoot and
the
Yowies and just other
yeah.
cryptids that are. That's what I kind of got into. I've always kind of liked Native American culture, and they have like Bigfoots and they have Dogman or whatever you want to call them. Their names kind of change through the years, but they have their own variations and then skinwalkers and stuff like that. But I mean, no doubt you're into your UFOs and stuff, and the Aboriginals have spoke about them, sky people and stuff like
Yep.
that.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's for people just to, I just swear whatever it is, they've hidden the knowledge from us. They've bullshitted it to us so much. A lot of people have believed those lies, but all you have to do is really speak to or just look into cultures that were around and lived on the land long before any of us were around to hear about what comes and goes. And
Yeah.
it was very, very interesting to look into all of that.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's for sure. And the more, because I can remember back to high school and we had ancient history, and it just didn't tickle my fancy at all. We had this book and they talked about the Greeks and things like that. It just, as a kid, it just didn't float my boat at all. However, now in this part of my life, the more I watch on YouTube or Netflix, it's like, oh my God, all this stuff that's out there that's been lost.
That's why sometimes when it comes to school, it might sound a bit funny, but it's like really we should be going to school as adults because, like your brain's developed more, you've matured, and they're trying to teach you a lot of stuff to kids. And yeah, you have certain stuff that you're interested in, certain stuff that but I'm sure that you'd learn a lot more as you got older. And I guess that's
Yeah.
why we have all these different access to Googles and
Mm.
YouTubes, and we can look at whatever we want to. But
Yeah.
It is hard to when it comes to history and stuff like that is to work out the bullshit from the reality.
Yeah, and
They've
look,
obviously tried to do it in a way where I believe, in my personal opinion, like they condition us to feel a certain way, and that's probably why when it comes to UFOs or whatever, people do find it very difficult to believe or even bother to look into it or be interested in it because they're so conditioned and through schooling and different stuff of what they're said and told.
yeah,
Anything outside of what the government or the educational system tries to tell us, you're just crazy and you wear a tinfoil hat if you want to look into anything up outside of just a history book.
yeah. I tell you, a YouTube channel I've really been getting into recently is the one called the Y Files. I don't know whether you've
Yeah,
seen that at all. It's the
I know you've
guy.
mentioned it before.
Yeah, the guy. He narrates the story, and he's got the fish in the bowl, and his name is Hecklefish, and he's like his little sparring partner. He has some really good talks about some really good subjects, and he gives he'll tell you the story, and then he'll give you the backside of it, and whether it's true or not, And
So he just goes through all sorts of topics. Just
yeah, he covers UFOs, cryptids, yeah, he time travel. Yeah,
oh,
it's
he's a I'm already hooked because he has a video called "The Horrors of Plum Island," and I remember I very much got into that at one stage. It's kind of, I guess, an easy way to explain. I don't know how much you know about it, but Plum Island is kind of like what the Resident Evil films and games are about like
yeah, right.
infections that mutate people and stuff.
I
And
I,
they,
I
yeah,
only
like,
recently watched that one, and yeah,
uh, because I remember sometimes people would find stuff that would, and like all the time, some people say, like, there's a creature that I remember, for instance, that washed up on shore. They might cover that in this, who knows?
mm,
But it was kind of like this mutated dog, no fur, and kind of had a beak. So it kind of had a face of a bit of a bird, and then its body was
mm,
more like a dog's canine sort of animal. But then you'd get the people that would just completely deny it and say, "Oh, someone created that from a raw chicken, and they added this and this to it." But yeah, like I was very interested in looking into that for a while because it's sort of, yeah, like where a lot of diseases and different and sort of biohazard stuff is all. I mean, you said you watched a video, so you know, but just sort of people that don't know about it it was a very interesting topic. So I reckon I'm going to have to, put the, I'll even do it now, just copy it. A lot of times I send stuff to myself or whatever, so I
yep,
can just go back and look at it.
yep.
Yeah,
Um,
that's 'cause
you,
what interested me is as well. It's only a few weeks old, so
yeah,
I haven't looked into that for years.
yeah. He does a lot of research too. Um,
Yeah, he's got a
he
lot of
he puts
topics I like Atlantis, the Moon's
yep,
Dark Secrets, aliens,
yep.
ghost lights or alien tech.
The
Quite a
the
lot
good
of
thing
their
about it
life
is
after death.
most of his videos, or especially the newer ones, he's been going about 2 years now. Um, uh, I think the longest video he's done has been about 45 minutes, but most of them are around the 25-minute mark. Um,
Yeah,
the older ones are a bit shorter,
yeah,
but he's a good storyteller. He
mm,
presents very well, and he just comes across really good. And they've done a few. Every so often they do the Y Files after Files, where he gets on
okay,
screens. So there's him, his wife, um, his brother. I think it's his brother, and another lady, and they're the four main people who do the Y Files, and they do like uh, there's about 100 hours that go into a topic, the research that he does, and and sometimes watching the after files is more interesting than in some cases than the actual subject or the video that he puts out. But I like his stuff. I think it's great. Comes across good.
I have to start getting into it, and because I know you've mentioned it, and I did follow the channel, but also with me a little bit of I guess an issue, if you want to call it that. I have a few different channels, so a lot of times I'm logged into the channels that the channels I make content for, but then I have
Yeah.
my personal YouTube where a lot of the stuff is, so I don't get the notifications all the time of when a new video is coming out. So I
Yeah.
do tend to on my laptop have my personal one, and then on my phone I flick back and forth from the one so I can see if anyone's commented and keep up to date with my channels. But
Yeah.
yeah, so but when it's I reckon I'll just sub to that channel on Funkin' Hungry because it's one that I've logged into a lot. At least then I'll see notifications when it pops up and stuff like
Yeah.
that. But yeah, I'll have to flicking through it. There's a lot of stuff that tickles my fancy in there, just from the
he's
titles and the thumbnails, and
he's consistent too. They've got a Discord server as well, the Y-Files. So if you want to, I'm sure it's Discord. They have mentioned. I'm sure it is. Yeah. So it's just it's I can't speak highly enough of it. It's just really enjoyable. It's good to watch. It's well presented. It for me it ticks all the boxes.
Yeah, he's all over the place, from Patreon to Instagram to Facebook.
Yeah.
I will join his Discord just to have a bit of a look around.
I might take our dog out for a pit stop too. I'll be back.
No problems. No problems at all. So for everyone watching, I might share this Discord if anyone wants to, if anyone's interested in what we're saying. Let's customize your experience. What are you looking for here? It's like it looks like a fancy way of play games and interact, share media, selfies, watch, talk about episodes of Brainiac stuff, support, enter, tips, shop. I want all. I'll just go, I want all. Yeah, because when you join like my Discord or a lot of Discords I join, they're just, you're kind of straight in. Sometimes you might have to sign agreements or whatever. Start chatting with your new friends. Okay, nice. You definitely tell that they're very professional. It's all set out really nicely compared to some of the Discords I do. Copy here. I'm just chucking that link in if anyone is interested in this subject matter. Yeah, definitely. Like a lot of the conversation has been tonight, being sort of a little bit overwhelmed with the amount of just content out. But I guess that's what you get when you've got, like films, movies, all of that sort of media, and then you've got YouTube, and social media has become so big now with all the TikToks, Twitches, and Instagram, and they're all chopping and changing and becoming the same as each other. You got the shorts and the TikTok videos. Well, TikTok used to be, like a minute long, and now you can even put like a 10-minute video on them. So they've expanded to longer videos, and then YouTube and Instagram have the smaller, like more compressed videos. So yeah, too much. But this is a topic I've always, or just paranormal, if you want to just try to put it in one, all the eggs into one basket. I've always been interested in this sort of stuff. So, it's, and that's why, I mean, I don't necessarily know what to do because Funkin' Hungry is obviously quite getting a bigger channel. But as I've mentioned, I wouldn't mind sort of pushing another channel that I did originally create ages ago to sort of cover these topics a little bit more. So I guess it's that catch-22, or it's, do it on the channel that has a bigger following, even though the content is very different than food content, or, just start doing it on another channel. But like I've mentioned a lot of times, or most of the time I do these streams, I am streaming to Hypersapien and Funkin' Hungry. I just need to start working on Hypersapien more, like adding hashtags and just doing all the stuff so the content can be pushed in the algorithm a little bit more. Because so far, it's really the only people that know about the content or are into that content are people, obviously, that I've mentioned it to on these lives. Yeah, Hypersapien only has like 28 people who are subbed to it. It has a few views, a few likes. Obviously, it's like a lot of the lovely people that tried to help me out, that watch the content and try to show their support, which is awesome. Yeah, it's just if I go into content, it's got no videos, no shorts, it's got lives. Maybe I might. We're talking about time and not always having enough time to do stuff, so that's obviously a big issue. But there's a lot of fun content on there. Maybe to help push the channel, might go onto some of the lives and maybe record a little clip here and there of funny moments and share it for shorts just to see if that sort of gets a few more people on it. But yeah, also I'm not quite sure what name to go with. Obviously, I did a poll. I was going to go with the G spot or whatever that we all sort of laughed, and that's when I first started doing lives. It was because we moved the live streams over there that were a little bit more spicy, a little bit more sweary adult content. But yeah, unfortunately, I did look the other day at the G spot on YouTube, and it looks like there's a couple of fairly big channels using that name. I think one of them was like a sex channel, and one of them was just, I don't know, different content. But yeah, it's like, if I'm competing with other channels with the same name, then it's going to be a little bit hard for them, like for people to find me, because it's going to push the channels that have one has 28K, the other has like 14. And obviously, as well, calling it the G spot is kind of has a cool vibe and it is funny, but also it makes sense a little bit, with me, with my name. But I mean, if you Google it, obviously it's going to come up with like, the sexual organs or the sexual side of stuff. So it's just going to be harder to find my content. I did think of like just calling it something like Funkin' Live, but then again, I don't know. I guess I'm worrying on too much at the moment because it's not like it's a big channel or whatever. I guess the name and stuff doesn't matter. It's just putting out content and just having a place for us to discuss this type of stuff. Like we can even. I don't want to be like that certain person that had lists and get out a notepad and do lists and have everyone, log like certain days. But I would like to, if I start getting into the different subject matters more myself, like do a little bit of research or just I can do some lives that are kind of dedicated or have that direction. We can go. I wouldn't want it to be so strict that you can't have a laugh and a little bit of a giggle and a little bit of talk a bit of shit like we always do. But if we kind of have a topic, we can sort of get into it. I mean, I did have a YouTube page that I did do ages ago. and I don't know, I just stopped doing it. It does have over 500 members, and it is basically an awakening knowledge is infinite group that people could share all sorts of stuff, really. Just, a place for people to feel safe and comfortable to share that content. So that is an option to go that direction, and knowledge is infinite.
That other channel you were just talking about,
Yeah,
the other one you got there, and you're going through a few names. I thought maybe you could, if you still wanted to use that, you could frame it as G's spot, as in G''S SPOT, something like that.
yeah, true. So, because as well, I've called it Hypersapien, which it's kind of a name that I like and stuff. But then it clashes a little bit with my hobby channel having a similar name. You know, it's just,
The other thing is that what you're talking about, no matter what you do, somebody else is already doing it. So
yeah, exactly.
you can either look at it as being competition, or you can just get out there and do your own thing. And
Yeah,
if people find you and they're interested in your stuff, they'll follow you.
and I guess one of the best ways to promote would be like word of mouth. If someone's likes it and their friends, like us, we have similar interests. You're passing me. We're both back and forth saying what we like, and we can test it out and see. I can go and have a look at some of the stuff you suggested, and it's like a perfect way for stuff to spread around.
I mean, hang on. It is finger looking good. Bit of the old banana cake and a cup of tea. I just had to have a cup of tea. I walked into the kitchen and I thought, we'll have a cup of tea.
I was gonna do that when I let the dog out before. I'd almost click the kettle, and I'm like, I better get back. But yeah,
We had the same vibes. I took the dog out and she had a drink of water. I think she went to the toilet, and I'm looking at the kettle going, maybe we're going to wrap it up soon. Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, if you enjoy doing what you're doing, right, the numbers shouldn't really worry. You shouldn't focus on the numbers. You're doing something that, one, you enjoy, and two, some people might get something from it. And if that's the case, then that's the case. That's how I started my Facebook page for the Steamroller, for two reasons. One, to find out more information, because I've been involved with road steam for a long time, but having your own project and then trying to find out, the history about it and other stuff. So there was that side of it. But I also wanted to show people how I was doing things, because I had seen what other people had done or is doing, So, yeah, and I've for a while there, I was really hooking into it. I was up the shed every night. I was posting regularly, and after a while, I slowed down. I had to slow down because it was just getting too much. I wasn't spending enough time, with my wife, and the other thing that sort of slowed me up is having a broken ankle. So I never I looking back now, I should have got into podcasting while I had a broken ankle. That would have been good.
Yeah, I find that always happens with life. It's like you get into stuff and you're like, oh, if this was 10 years ago or whatever. It's like I watched a Pumpkinhead film recently, a horror film, and I'm like, oh, it was good, decent, but if I was a kid, that would have blown my mind because it was everything I loved when I was a kid. When it comes to movies, horror, a big monster, it definitely sort of gets the imagination going when you're a kid, and like it's just, I just, when you mature, you just look at stuff differently. And like I'd try and point out, like, oh, that person is behaving stupidly. Like definitely in horror films where the person running is doing silly stuff, where you're like, oh, if that was me, I wouldn't do that. But when you're a kid, it's just the intensity and the adrenaline from how it builds up with the music and with the camera work, and it's like I would never be able to enjoy horror now how I did when I was a kid. Just it was, a totally different experience,
Mm.
and just would scare differently now. I watch stuff, and it's very hard for me to like feel a reaction. Funny enough, some stuff that I react to psychologically or whatever is like when it does sometimes have UFOs and alien stuff in it. I don't know if you've seen The Fourth Kind, is a alien abduction film. It's meant to have real footage, but when I looked into it, I realized that it just wasn't real footage. It was actors pretending to be the real footage, and then it had that Mila Djokovic or whatever her name is as the when it was like showing the acting side of stuff. But for some reason, I did get like affected by that when I had that feeling after watching it that felt like I was being watched. Like when I went to go to the toilet at night, look out at the window, and I'm like had that feeling of being watched and feeling creepy and stuff like that. So that has happened with that stuff, and I can't really say for sure why, but I've had experiences around that sort of topic. So I don't know if it's I've had experiences and that's why, or it always has crossed my mind to have like hypnotherapy stuff, like where like where they can go back to those moments in time and you can kind of relive it just to see what that missing information is.
Yeah, well,
I don't know if that.
it's quite possible you've had some sort of experience if you're having that sort of reaction to it. That's
Yeah,
that's a general indication. A lot of people who have encounters, in some cases, don't want to remember it. Number two,
yeah,
they don't remember it, and there's
mm,
a few people out there who recall the whole experience. So
mm.
until you do it, you just don't know.
So I remember the one time the car thing too. I mean, I wasn't driving, so I'm just going by what the person said. But the car shut off, and like couldn't restart it and stuff like that. And it just when I look at different, and even when I was a kid, I've had experiences like it. It seemed like something was trying to get in my window at the time, and I remember, and then my parents, but parents don't when they're not experiencing it, they're just going by what they feel. But also, they just said to me, well, my mum said, "Oh, it must have been the tree brushing against the window." But why would I'd be used to it if it was the tree? Like if it's common, I'd be used to it. Also, I'm pretty sure I know the difference between a tree, like smacking against the window, than feeling like feeling the adrenaline and scared of something trying to get into me and all that stuff. So just a few different experiences, do make me question what was really happening, because I was still a kid at the time, so you just, your brain's not developed, you're not as mature. But definitely, if stuff sticks with you as well, and like you were saying and I'm saying, it's like I have that certain fear or certain reaction to certain stuff when I can watch totally gory stuff, or I can watch aliens with the xenomorphs and not get a reaction from it. But when it comes to like the more the greys, with Fourth Kind, it doesn't necessarily ever show you what is happening. It kind of just shows you ships and they're trying to abduct them and all this different stuff. It kind of seems a little bit like when you watch demon films with a person who's been abducted. Kind of the being or the alien like starts speaking through the person, like it's almost entered their mind, and they're speaking in this different language. I believe it was like Sumerian that they're speaking in. So when they've done the subtitles or tried to tell you what it was, the alien was pretending to be God, and also it was like some of the dialogue could have been translated because obviously some words from that culture they haven't been able to translate it to this day and stuff like that. But it
Yeah.
was just quite intense when it gets into certain scenes. And one person who did get abducted they ended up like the body twisted around, that they ended up dying, like the body twisted and like the neck or whatever snapped and that person died. So it was just very intense when it comes to certain bits of it.
So that's
Yeah,
Close Encounters of the Fourth Kind. Is that correct?
that's just the Fourth Kind, it's called.
Oh, the Fourth Kind.
Yeah, the Fourth Kind. I mean, I have spoke to a few people who've seen it and really enjoyed it, but yeah, obviously, I guess if you're not that into the subject matter and stuff, people might feel, it's a little bit weak or whatever. But I thought it was quite intense. I haven't seen it for a while.
No, I don't recall seeing it. I mean, I watch movies, but
Yeah, that's just putting it into Google. It reminded me they was trying to. It was people going to this woman. She was like a professional, a doctor and stuff, and they were going to her with experiences. But then after a while of hearing their experiences, she started realizing that she's either had them or having experiences. And one person, I'm kind of getting a little bit of like goosebumpy stuff, just like trying to recollect what I was. But this guy kept on saying that he would be visited by at night time, and something would like look at like I'm guessing he either had his window open or no blinds and stuff, and he kept on and she would the doctor would do, is it hypnotherapy or like that recess, like how they go, and he
regression.
kept yeah,
Regression
progression, that's the word.
therapy. I think it's very
Yeah, that's
similar to hypnotherapy, but I could be wrong. And
yeah.
I'm sure somebody would argue the point,
That there's differences, but yeah, he because when he was under and she was talking, like obviously he's reliving the moment, and he saw her a few times, and he kept on saying, "Oh, there's something staring at me through the window at night and stuff like that." And at first he thought it was a white owl because white and then like big eyes, but then after a while he realized it wasn't, and you could like see you can hear in his voice and you could see how fearful he was. He's like, "Oh, but it's not an owl," and started really freaking out and stuff like that. That was like one person, but she. And then I guess I don't want to give away too much to you because if you do watch it, it does have a lot of interesting stuff in it. But yeah, she starts having experiences herself, and there's other people that, as I said, her clients or whatever, when she delves into, because like you said, a lot of people don't want to remember. So that was a very good point that you made, because that kind of happens in the film as well. Like people want to know what's happening, but then when they finally do know what's happening, they don't want to know anymore, if that makes sense. It's like when the memories come back, they can't live with those memories. So some stuff that happens in the film is a response to them getting their memories and experiences back of what's happened to them, and they can't handle it, and they just everyday life just is they can't live with themselves. They can't, they have obviously work and family and stuff outside of all of this, but then when that experience comes back of them questioning or not having all of the memory. So yeah, I'd love to. Well, I'd want to watch it again because I've watched it a few times, but it has been a while. But maybe me watch it and see if I have that same, because I haven't had that feeling in a while, and that used to sometimes happen when I used to sometimes watch documentaries and stuff. If I watch certain, I mean, I've spoke about it to you for quite a bit. I have watched like the documentary you mentioned on Netflix and stuff. But yeah, I guess certain topics or certain images and certain information and certain, documentaries or whatever I watch, I do get that little bit of that eerie feeling, look like, need to watch my back kind of feeling, that on edge a little bit. And Four Kind definitely done that to me. But also, as
Yeah.
I've said, when I have watched, when I've sat there and watched and absorbed a lot of this information, like been very much into the subject and hear other people's experiences and a few experiences I've had, and then afterwards, I like go to bed or whatever, and go to the toilet or get a drink and stuff, and then I start sort of, like look at the window, like I'll like say either be in the kitchen doing stuff, and I'll look at the window, but then the kitchen leads to like the rotund, like we have a pergola, and then it like leads after that to the backyard with a fence there. But I kind of look out the window and start seeing, as my vision starts going from, further and further, I start like looking to see if there's anything there almost. I have that sort of reaction a bit. So it's like, is it interesting that I can watch very like horror related stuff and not have any reaction to it, but I can watch that sort of content and then all of a sudden get that little bit of a weird feeling. So that has made me want to, maybe go back into, see if I can go back into any of that memory and work out what's going on, the missing link.
If you were going to do something like that, I would highly recommend researching the person that you're going to go and see, and make sure that they're very, very good at what they do, because from what I understand is, like all things out there, there's people who claim they can do things but they don't, or they may not have the necessary training. So that's one thing I would be careful of doing. Would that be a great thing to do, to either get to go back in time and see if something happened to you? Yes. Would you get what you wanted out of it? Who knows? But I do know with hypnosis, some people can be led. The hypnotist should really say, we'll go back to this particular time and describe what you see. Whereas some hypnotists might say, now you're standing in front of the being, or something. That's like leading the witness, so to speak. But a good ones will say, and they'll take you step by steps. And of course, they're watching you, and they'll be able to help guide you through the process. And it may not be one session; it may be several sessions too. So, it's totally.
I have had a few I've had a few encounters, and then as I said, a few like like scary moments from a young age. Because
Here's a question for you. Do you feel that you've had any missing time?
well, just when it comes to memories, because a lot of them, I was quite young. It's. I mean, I've had. I used to be really like lucid dream really a lot when I was a kid, and sometimes it used to be to the point where I'd like be so grounded in the dream that I'd like pinch myself just to see if it was a dream or not.
Mm.
But then sometimes it got to the point where I couldn't kind of work out if I could feel it or not. And it's for a little bit of period in my life, it was hard to work out if I was dreaming or not because it got to the point where I was very in control of it and remembered it. And also and at one stage I saw like these translucent like beans, but I don't like I reckon I was in the dream, but it was around the time where it was hard to work out what a dream or real life was. So it was like always a little bit of a struggle in a way. And I had I had different like if it was real life, like I would kind of almost like I guess have a few little tools to work out the difference. Just like sometimes I'd leave stuff in a certain spot, or just I would like instead of pinching myself, if I couldn't find that, I might find something else that I could sort of react with and see how it felt differently from real life to a dream and stuff like that.
Mm.
But yeah, I remember that I did see these like translucents, like beings or whatever you want to call them, and it was like a conversation, but they didn't speak. But they seemed to pass on like this information to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's another memory that is very like I remember, but I can't remember at all. So it is there's like I remember the gist, but I can't remember. And I guess I was anywhere between like 8 and 10 at the time. So it was like
Mm-hmm.
maybe the information that I was passed on wasn't necessarily something I was able to comprehend as much then. But then obviously I can't remember. And as I said, it was like no words were spoken because they didn't even have like proper faces. It was just
Mm.
kind of like light, like just
Mm.
kind of almost, I guess, kind of like this, how it has a light, but you can kind of
Yeah.
almost see physical, the physical like object, but also it's just
Mm.
the lights coming off it. And I
If
remember, funny enough, I haven't spoke about this for a long time, but sometimes it does occasionally pop into my head. But yeah, I don't really know what they wanted, or
mm,
as I said, like the
so
conversation was more like, I guess, telepathically.
yeah, yeah, and a lot of people do say that if they have encounter with beings and they have the beings lips don't move or anything like that, but they're
Yeah.
talking to them telepathically, and so it is an ability we have,
Mm.
but we don't use it with each other. But the encounters that people have had, they said, "Oh yes, the being was talking to me, but telepathically, not verbally."
Yeah.
The only other thing I could maybe suggest is if you have a psychic fair or a UFO conference in your town, maybe go and check it out and see if there's someone there. Um, you know,
In the
um,
right direction, or
yeah, but beware because, like I said before, there's people there who go, "Oh yeah, I can help you out with that, for $50 or whatever it's going to be."
yeah.
Yeah, you really,
That's why I
um,
have been reluctant to, just go and see someone, pay
and
them,
that's
and
that's perfectly normal, G. And that's why I said, look into this, look into the people who do that. Find the
Yeah.
reputable ones. Find the ones that, see if you can get some references, or if you're going to commit to that sort of thing. It sounds like you may have had, an experience there. The other thing is, you could go see a proper psychologist, but it is,
You find one that
it,
doesn't want to chuck me in the loony bin.
yeah, yeah. You took the words out of my mouth, because people have been put into the loony bin, that have had these experiences, and unfortunately, it's sad. They
Yeah.
think that Uncle Johnny or Uncle G is, the train's left the station and he's not on board.
He's way
or
too
something
much.
like
He's way too much into his aliens. He's
that.
telling people he's seen them and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I hope my advice has been helpful. Don't rush into it. Just take your time and have a look at. There's a lady up here in Queensland. She's known around the world. Her name is Mary Rodwell. She's got a website. She's done lectures and things like that. Have a look at some of her stuff. Maybe that might help you answer a few questions. She lives at Agnes Waters, which is about a 5-hour drive from me, roughly. It's the other side of Bundaberg. But yeah, Mary Rodwell, very well respected around the world and here in Australia. I'm trying to. I haven't really looked into it really heavily. I'd like to go to over in America. They have UFO conferences,
Yeah.
that are quite big. A few things do happen here, but I don't think they're very big. But I'm sure there may even be a UFO group in your neck of the woods. There would have to be, but someone in that group might even know. Excuse me. Know who to talk to, maybe. Yeah.
Because when it comes to what I was saying before, it might sound super cheesy and people think that just, like a totally whack job. But after having experiences like that, I've always felt like that I have some sort of reason to be here before I leave. So when I've had, I guess, like suicidal thoughts or been really, depressed and stuff like that, it's like kind of one part of me, besides having a dog that I look after, so he relies on me. It's like I feel like I have, like, I guess it sounds like the silly Jesus complex, but feel like I have a reason that I haven't quite got to yet, like a reason that I'm here. And that's why before I did Funkin' Hungry and YouTube and stuff, all that stuff, and that's why I had to mention the Facebook page that I used to like admin, but also used to do on other pages where I did used to try to help people in, like, I guess, a more of a spiritual way, or just even if they have a shit day, like I always want to help people just to, like, because that's how that's kind of what I feel like I'm here for. And I don't know to what extent it is, but I'm here to sort of like, and that's what I feel like the message was. That's what I took from it. Even though, as I said, I can't remember the whole exchange, I can't remember the whole, I can remember what they looked like in my head and the situation, the what happened. But as I said as well, it's like they was talking to me, but I couldn't understand them as well, which
Yeah.
sounds very strange. but maybe it was just it's like they passed on information. I guess it's like, they somehow gave me information without even like speaking a word. In a way, it was like they had
Yeah.
a message they gave me without even like them speaking or any word exchanged. So,
That's
yeah,
what you're saying is not uncommon. I've heard that sort of thing before from people who are experiencers, and I guess it's starting out online. There's a few channels. I'll direct you in. Definitely look at these ones. So go have a look at Preston Dennett on YouTube. He's got he puts out an episode every week about UFO cases and people who've had interactions with beings from craft. And this guy's legit. He really is. He didn't believe it, and then he had an experience, and he's just gone from there. And now, and he does a podcast with his girlfriend. I think it's his girlfriend, but it's called The Light Gate. Also on YouTube. Just put in The Light Gate. It'll be Preston Dennett and Dolly Safran. They get some incredible guests on their show when they talk, and they have talked about similar things that you have mentioned. So I know I'm loading you up with YouTube channels to watch, but these are the ones I watch. And I've Preston Dennett, he's also on Facebook. I've reached out to him and contacted him a few times, and he talks to people all around the world as well. His information is really good. I like his stuff. He's written about 31 books, all to do with UFOs and contactees and things like that. But definitely have a look at his channel. I think there's a lot of videos there. You might have to do some shifting through. He's got videos about people who've been on board the craft. Lots of videos. There's a lot of similarities, and these are people who contact him from around the world. And the way he vets these people is he'll talk to them initially. He'll try and find some corroborating referees if there's other people who witness the event. He also looks at cases where people have had the encounters when they're by themselves. But he puts a lot of effort into the stuff that he presents, and as he said, he's been doing it long enough now to know when people are making stuff up. So I highly recommend you looking at his channel. I haven't watched every single one of his videos, but there's a number on there which hopefully you might be able to get something out of. And maybe get a few
because
more
I guess
answers.
I guess that's what led me as well. Just to, I mean, I've seen craft and stuff as well, but
Yeah.
just having kind of and
When
it definitely.
were there other people with you when you think these sort of things happened? If so, have they talked about it at any stage?
When I saw like the sources, yeah, that was weird. And when I saw the very weird big craft ship like in the Adelaide Hills, yeah, I was with two people,
Mm.
and I did tell you a bit of the story, but basically the driver, the person in the back seat, the person in the back seat got to the point where he couldn't control himself, was like getting really super scared, and like started hitting the driver saying, "Oh, let's go," and he just yeah couldn't handle it. But where I was getting ready to get out of the car and like walk towards it so I could interact with it more or see what it was. But at that stage, this was the last, I guess, proper experience I had. It was kind of like an orb at first. I could just see this light. I told the driver to flash his lights. He did it, and then it looked like it kind of like went behind the trees to kind of hide itself, hide the light it had. And yeah, it was coming closer and stuff like that. And that's when the guy freaked out, got the driver to drive off. And then because we was in a hilly area, we was going down like a hill. The car, from what I was told, was like, "Oh, I don't have any power anymore," and like because it was a little bit hilly, I said, "Oh, maybe pump the brakes and stuff." And obviously, it was happening quite fast. Everyone was, well, I was panicking a little by then, just because I thought, "Oh, if he crashes and how are we going to get home? We'll have to." We're about a half an hour away, like in the hills, and then another half an hour into where we are. But yeah, then once we got really far away, they're like, "Oh, what was it? This," and I said, "Oh, you want to know what it was?" Yeah, and I said, "Oh, well, let's go back." And I didn't think they would, but the driver said, "Yeah, all right." And I guess he's a little easy to, like, one of those people that would just do what he's told in a way. Like, he left and then went back, kind of didn't have his. But when we went back is when we couldn't find it at first. We looked in the same sort of area, but then sort of up, like as in the car and looking out side to side, front windscreen and side window. And I don't know who it was. It could have been me or one of the other guys, but kind of up and quite high. Like you have to sort of tilt your head, and we saw it, and it was just this huge. Would have been like sort of a double story and bigger length than sort of like a semi decent sized house. It was just huge, and could see like little windows on the sides that had light coming from inside out, and just it was quite flat. And I guess it had a bit of an aquatic feel to it, but also just the shape of it was just kind of like stuff you would see in a sci-fi film.
What year was this, G?
Would have been a good 12 years ago, maybe more.
Okay.
So yeah, I haven't seen or been around those guys for a long time, but we followed it from the hills into the suburbs and towards the city. Traffic and lights started, getting away a bit, but it always made me just think how crazy it is that this stuff is just happening and most people don't look up to. And also you got street lights and other stuff that are kind of, getting in your eyes, stopping you from seeing it. But because we followed it from point A to B, we kind of always could roughly see what it was or where it was.
That's why they made that movie Don't Look Up. Have you seen that?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
but no, on a serious note, if you want to, there's a guy called Anthony Goodall. He's on YouTube. He has a YouTube channel called Encounters Down Under. You may want to reach out to him and have a talk to him. He may know someone. He may even want to bring you on his podcast, his YouTube show, and talk about your experience like we're talking about it now. And a possibility. There may be someone out there that could relate,
That
to
has
your.
seen a similar object and
Yeah, yeah.
add to it.
Mm,
Because, I mean, in Adelaide Hills as well, when you get into there at night time, we were kind of, there was like a couple of street lamps, but not that close together. And
yeah.
you get to certain parts there and it's just pitch black at night.
So
And
you've got
you
no
can kind of
light
see like
pollution.
the light pollution.
You've got no light pollution there.
Not really, from what I could tell, because you can, when you're up in the hill, you can see like Adelaide, the city, and it's just like all lit up, and you can see it really clearly. But there's just, when you get more into the hills and stuff, like you can the sky, the stars and stuff are really lit up, and it's like a really nice, calm, cool place to go.
Mm.
But obviously, like that's probably why. But yeah, it almost seemed like a little bit of a Men in Black situation because it was like, what were they doing out in the field at the middle of the night? And it kind of seemed like they was looking for something. So yeah, it always after the experience, it always kind of like, why would you be up in the hills just creeping around at probably like
Well,
10, 11 at night or whatever?
you never know.
Yeah.
The guy I mentioned earlier, Preston Dennett, he's done stories where people have seen the aliens come out of the craft and they're taking soil samples, samples of vegetation, and even in some cases, animals. They've taken animals, so
Yeah. So all of that stuff would be there. It would have soil or foliage or stuff like that that hasn't been tampered with, because
yep.
the hills are kind of just like people own properties where there's just like acres of land that they don't even really do anything with. A lot of these people that some are farmers or have animals, but some people just have these properties probably passed on to them through generations. They're just really
Mhm.
living in the house and probably go work and stuff back and forth, but they're not using all
Yep.
that land. It's just
Mm.
going to waste, really. You
And
sometimes might
being
find some animals out there, either wild animals or, like people own sheep or llamas or whatever out there. But, like who
being
knows
being
really what is happening. But
being an advanced craft or civilization, they may have detection devices on their spacecraft that we don't. Like, so they could find minerals or who knows what.
yeah,
There's
like
even
dig into
stories
the ground to get like, resources like that, yeah, that we couldn't get to just even by
yeah,
digging or
yeah. There's even stories of UFOs that hover over lakes and suck water up, that sort of stuff, and these are all excuse me, these are all things that are being witnessed, and it's not just by one person, it's several people, and it's not just North America, it's like yourself here in Australia, around the world, so and that's why I'm
and
quite adamant in
this
saying that.
vehicle would be big enough to have lots of people on it, like it's not
Mm,
like a saucer where, a couple of people maybe. You could have a whole group of people doing different whatever on there in control of
could
different
you
stuff. But
could you make out what shape it is? Shape it was, sorry.
um, I guess like the Star Destroyer in Star Wars, like flat. I reckon it was kind of
Yep.
like not quite triangle, but also
Mhm.
not roundish. It
Mm,
was and it didn't have wings like an aeroplane. They kind of like more like fins where it just you see dips in it
yeah.
coming out of it. So but yeah, it definitely reminded me of some of those old ships in Star Wars, the big slow ones, because it wasn't going. I mean, I'm sure it could go fast if it wanted to, but it was kind of like Spaceballs. How it's just creeping
Mm,
by.
mm,
And
yeah.
that was, and it did start picking up a little bit faster as it started going in more into the suburbs. But
Mm,
you know, um, yeah, I guess as well, we was trying to dodge traffic and stuff after a while. Instead of just going down the hills where it was dead and empty.
Yeah. No, that's an absolutely incredible sighting, G. Yeah, I the only thing I can say is have a look at those YouTube channels I suggested, and maybe reach out to someone like Preston Dennett and talk to him. You never know where it's going to take you. Someone like him might know of someone here in Australia that could go further with it, or talking to him, he may be able to help you out. But yeah, I think it's it definitely, by the way you're talking and what you're describing to me, I don't think you're making it up. I don't think you're hallucinating or anything. You're definitely seeing something, and especially
I can act like a twat, but definitely, definitely all the stuff I've spoke about is definitely happened. I'm not that bored that I need to text people ask them for nudes or whatever. I've got a lot, as I said, there's not enough time for me to look into all the stuff I'm interested in. But,
yeah.
We even gave that one a name, because after we ended up going sort of back to the hills a little bit, because we just used to cruise around with friends when we were a bit younger, just car cruises and just go to places. And we went and then it's like, they were coming up with, what would we call that? And they were coming up with like all these weird names, and I just said, if it was going to be called anything, it'd have a weird name like Shizboo. Because I was trying to think more technical, and I'm just like, a name that wouldn't make sense, and that just came Shizboo, and that's what we called it. Every time we would speak about it, like, remember Shizboo, and because it kind of seemed as well when it was kind of an orb and was reacting. It kind of seemed like it had an intelligence itself, like there wasn't like a person controlling it. Kind of almost seemed like that had its own characteristics and stuff. The way it's sort of like when we flashed the lights, like how it kind of hid, like a little kid would or something. Like, they can see me. Like, it seemed a bit like that, but
yeah.
Good old Shizboo.
Shizboo, yeah. Hey, I'm going to have to wrap it up here, G. It's almost 12 o'clock for me, and I've got to be up at 5 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah. Look,
I apologise for keeping you for so long.
No, it's all right. It's all right. If I didn't want to be here, I wouldn't be here. I do appreciate you having me on and talking about this. I think it's fascinating, and like I said, I hope you can find some sort of answers to what you're looking for, or what you experienced.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like after telling, because a few more stories came out tonight, like that I haven't really discussed with anyone for a long time, and just it's definitely stuff that I would like to explore a little bit more, but just to get those answers, just to see, if anyone even can point, like, if anyone's seen something similar, so then people might have pictures or other information that could help, especially with Shizboo and stuff. So
well, that's why
it's been awesome chatting though.
That's why I reckon start with Preston Dennett. It's a really good YouTube channel. He's on Facebook. He's on Twitter, X. What else is he on? But you can reach out to him. I've reached out to him on Facebook, and he takes a little bit of time to answer, but he does answer. So yeah, but definitely watch. I'd start watching some of his videos. I'm sure there's some content there that you'll come across that will be very similar to what you've experienced.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
All right, well,
maybe we should just talk for one more minute. Well, then you would have been on for 5 hours.
yeah, that's crazy. You've been here for a good, going on 4 way. You came just after I was struggling after the hour.
Yeah, I thought I was a bit. I
After the
came on
struggle
at
hour.
8:30 my time. I came on, so 9 o'clock for you. Yeah. But I'm just looking at the live thing. It says 4:59 and 30 seconds. So
Yeah, I remember there was one time that I said that I was going to talk for another 10 minutes just to get over, and then I ended up still cutting it off early. Like a twat. I'm like, I'll go to the next hour, and then I'm like, oh, I've wrapped it up. And then when I checked later, I'm like, yeah, just about a minute off.
Well,
Yeah.
no, it really has been fun tonight, and covering all sorts of different topics. That's really good.
Yeah, from how paper's made to how the universe is made,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
what goes bump in the night.
yeah. And we
Yeah.
haven't even started on remote viewing or anything like that. That's another subject I
Yeah.
find.
Yeah, I'm trying to do stuff like that when I've been older, and I just can't get into. I can't sort of. I can't do what I used to do as a kid. I can't. I guess with all the bullshit in life, I can't shut it off like I used to.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll leave it there before we get into another 5 hours. So appreciate everyone. We've still got 5 people watching.
Wow.
So
and they've been
we'll love you and leave you.
They've been listening to us rambling, have they?
They have.
Yeah.
It's probably just all the naked aliens and the government watching us, Every YouTube executive getting ready to bloody shut the channel down. All right, everyone. I appreciate you all being here, and it was lovely to speak to you, Mark. And we will catch you on Saturday, if not earlier. All right, take care, everyone, and I'll speak to you soon.